to the apologies, Mr. Manela. Before you, Mr. Manela, let's welcome Dr. Masimula and the team from Cooperative, who are going to be making a presentation on Section 48 report on the state of local government. And we welcome you, DM. We are having a request of doing two things. Firstly, to amend the program, the agenda. Before we adopt it, we suggest that we take the item on the briefing by Deputy Minister to be the first item. Then we'll deal with both the tabling of fund and mandates and the committee report when we are done with the briefing. And then we'll have engagement after the Deputy Minister. Then we go to the normal other in-house items. Can we get an agreement if we are agreeing, honorable members? Are we in agreement on the amendment, Dr. Skirkocher?
Yes, Chairperson, I support the amendment. Thank you.
I'll second that, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Skirkocher and Honorable Badenhorst. Let's then have that as our working agenda. With that amendment, the agenda is now duly adopted. Mr. Manele, the apologies.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, there are two. One from the department who received an apology from the minister, that the minister won't be part of the meeting, but I'm aware that the deputy minister is in the meeting. From the committee side, Chair, is one apology from Honorable Preet. Thank you very much, Chair.
Yeah, let's check members. They will indicate by introducing themselves. Let's start with you, Honorable Badenhorst, because you just had your birthday, so we must start with you as a birthday boy.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm still celebrating. Rikus Badenhorst, Permanent Delegate, Western Cape.
You are still wearing your nappies, eh? Okay, let's take the next member. Honorable Chief Whip.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson of the meeting. My name is Kenny Muima, a permanent delegate from Northern Cape and a member of the committee. And greetings to yourself, the Minister, and also members and our guest on the platform. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Whip. Honorable Skirkocher.
Good morning, Chair. Igor Skierkogel, Permanent Delegate from the Free State.
Thank you. We now move to I don't see members here. Honourable members, anyone who have joined, because I see some gadgets not being named.
Chairperson.
Yes. Yes, Honourable Makesini.
Mandisa Makesini, Permanent Delegate for State.
Which gadget are you using today?
iPad. iPad.
Why you don't name your iPad? We are going to chase you out of the meeting if you are Honourable iPad. Is Honourable Teza here? Is Honourable Mabibo here?
Chair, Chairperson.
Yes. Mr. Manan?
Chair, I've noticed that some members have problem of connectivity who are trying to assist in that regard, including
They are still on
Honorable
lobby.
and Honorable Mabibo, Chair.
So they are still on lobby.
Yes, Chair.
Please, let's admit them. Honorable Peter is in. Honorable Peter, you can introduce yourself, followed by Honorable Molokome. Mhlekazi. Honorable Peter. Okay.
Mhlekazi, ngisazama ukungena.
Usuphakathi Mhlekazi, ungabusangena, usuphakathi. Thetha ngoku, introduce.
My name is Mandla Peter, permanent delegate from Eastern Cape. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Honorable Molokome, our whip of the committee.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to your good self and honorable members on the platform and everyone who has joined the meeting. My name is Regina Molokome. I'm the permanent delegate from Limpopo province, and I'm also the group of this committee. I guess, Chair, I'm visible. I can't see myself. I hope you are.
Yes, you are. Yes,
okay.
You are. We can see you.
Thank you very much.
No comments after that. Yes, thank you.
You can comment, Chair. You are allowed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Zimande.
Yes, good morning. I'm Jaranin Zimandia, permanent delegate from Gauteng.
Yeah, ujabulani wakho mawusho ngathi uthi General Nzimande because sikwalifaka igama.
Abo general bayaboshwa manje again. Yebo.
Manje ngathi uthi General Nzimande. Bese challenge. No, we're about to challenge the status, Honorable Nzimande, but thank you for your correction.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Who else who hasn't introduced himself or herself? Is Honorable Briet here? Honorable Mabibo, are you here? So let's proceed.
Yes, sir. Good morning,
Which
good
gadget
morning,
are you using
Chairperson and
today?
all members.
Yes, good morning,
Oh,
Honorable
it's Richard
Mabibo.
Baki.
Yeah,
Yes, good
we
morning.
must
and
rename your gadget. We'll need to rename
I
your
will do
gadget.
that.
Otherwise, the chair will have to chase the whole Hoshi out of the meeting. So, angnazi inkomo zokuhlawula. All right.
The permanent delegate from the Northwest. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Mabibo. If Honorable Briet is not here, it's fine. Let's move. We'll allow her when she comes. Thank you very much. Honorable members, we are now have been joined by the Deputy Minister of Culture in the Republic, Dr. Massimo, and the team, Advocate Naidu, and the entire team. You are welcome. We are now going to start with your item DM. Then we'll follow with other items. So we'd like to allow you with the platform to present a report. We know that some municipalities in our country have improved. The minister yesterday during the debate, Ditsa highlighted some improvements, although there is still a lot still need to be done. Municipalities like Msunduzi in KwaZulu-Natal, which have been on section 139, 1B, which have been taken out. It has shown some good improvements, including clean audit, and other municipalities which have joined the ranks of clean audits. Especially we become more happy when we see rural municipalities like Umshwati, Umsinga, and other municipalities in the country, which are rural in nature without any major revenues, but they are really adherent to the prescripts of our country, and they are producing good results. But we still remain with municipalities where we still experience chaos, where things are not run, good governance is not applicable, and there are a lot of shortcomings when it comes to service delivery, rendering services to our communities as expected, and that raises concern for this committee. Hence, we have agreed that we'll revisit the municipalities where we have staged our oversights before, just to conduct assessment as to how far they are making progress, if any, and if there is no progress, what are the challenges that are there. We'll be liaising with the premiers, with the MECs, and the stakeholders when we go there for the week of the 13th to the week of the 17th. We'll go back to Free State, we'll go to Northwest, we'll go to Gauteng and Mfuleni to see the progress they are making so far, and we'll have to visit others as well. We have identified Utugela from KZN, which seem to be having a lot of challenges. We'll also visit Utugela. So we are aiming with these visits to achieve our role that we are supposed to be playing on oversight, because we need to be certain that whenever there are decisions taken and what becomes the impact of such decisions, and those decisions also involves us, since Section 139s, they get approved by us at this level of government, at the level of the NCOP. So we are looking forward to be more involved in the processes on the review of white paper on local government, as well as the review of municipalities and their funding, and how they are structured, their categories, and all of that. So we are hoping that in your presentation, Minister, can just highlight even the progress so far in terms of the review of white paper, just to give the committee some highlights on that, since you had Indaba with stakeholders, then we can get into the report on the state of local government. Let me hand over to you, Honorable DM, and the reason why I'm giving you this hijack is because I know you are passionate about this work that you are assigned to do in the department, working with the minister under the leadership of the Minister of Cooperative. Over to you, Dr. Massimo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the committee, and a very good morning to honorable members of the committee in attendance. I am with Dr. Naidu, Maputi, who both of them will be able to take the committee through the report. But be that as it may, we would like to appreciate the opportunity as the department and the ministry to appear once again before this important committee of the National Legislature. Apology of our Minister, Ubulawayo. We are here representing his office. Be that as it may, Honorable Chairperson, I think it is important for all of us to appreciate the importance of sharpening the instruments of the accountability ecosystem, and that's precisely the reason why we are here, to give an account on the work done so far with regard to the responsibilities bestowed on us by the legislation and the statutes of the Republic of South Africa. And to that extent, the report which will be presented before this committee today, it is about the report which is a must as per Section 48 of the Municipal Systems Act, which is very directive on what national departments, including provinces, are expected to do, and therefore account on the work that would have been done in that regard. And to that extent, we're here, Chair, to come and take you through that report, which will most understandably look at the general performance of the sector, the trends that we have been able to identify throughout the assessment and the consolidation, possible areas of risks, and what corrective or measures need to be undertaken to attend to those matters. Very understandably, part of the Constitution, Section 1, talks about the fundamental values of our Constitution, and therefore articulating the belief system of the South African nation and therefore the nation state. Amongst other issues, it is the principle of non-sexism, which has got to be translated in government in terms of gender equality in all aspects of leadership politically and as well as in terms of management. So part of this report would also be to give an understanding on how are we progressing with regard to that aspect. Including in that as well would be our assessment on the general performance financially of our municipalities and the extent to which we have made those observations, and how do we, going forward, working together with other government departments, but primarily ourselves, together with National Treasury, begin and continue to look at this important area of public administration and political leadership oversight. So issues around governance are very important, and the extent to which they would be accounting for the general performance of the system out of our 257 municipalities, together with how Section 153 of the Constitution would have been determined properly as it directs municipalities to restructure their administrations and as well as their finances and their plans accordingly to deliver basic services to their communities, and therefore look at the general performance on provision of basic services, on how that area of basic human rights, which is very clear that provision of services, it is about us restoring the dignity of our people as instructed by one of the values of our Constitution, and therefore basic human rights not being undermined from a delivery of services point of view. Mindful of the issues that are challenging us nationally with regard to the socio-economic status, and therefore the need to play a meaningful role in the economic development stimulation, but also support mechanisms. We'll also give an account on how we have performed through municipalities on matters of local economic development, understandably at the macro level, the role of these municipal spaces, including in particular the metropolitan municipalities of our country. And to that extent, last week Friday, we convened all the 8 metropolitan municipalities of the Republic of South Africa, their mayors together with their city managers and other senior officials, where we had a very intense conversation the better part of the day, looking at how strategically they are positioned and located and the role they should be able to play in the national economic development as we advance the macroeconomic strategy of the Republic, and how as engines of the national economy, they are supposed to play that important role, and how together with us and provinces and the rest of South Africans are managing complex interplay of those polycentric factors which contributes to the metropolitanization of our big cities. And to the extent that South Africans are looking forward to these centers for their socio-economic needs and demands going forward as they look for employment, all those complex factors that impacts those localities are supposed to be handled. So that engagement was very profound in our assessment, in our engagement, and of course, there is going to be a report produced, obviously, out of that meeting, Honorable Chairperson, which we may come back and share it with yourselves more detail, because it was an exclusive engagement with these mega municipal, institutions of the Republic of South Africa. Linked to the same process, it was about us discussing with them the processes around what His Excellency has announced on the Water Crisis Management Committee and what is actually obtaining in those areas from the delivery point of view, and how we're supposed to be positioning these entities correctly. Because if they don't perform well, unavoidably, the national economy of the Republic would basically find itself in difficulty. So it's not a matter of choice that these mega institutions can afford not to live up to the expectations of our national systems of government. So we have looked at all those areas and aspects of engagement. In the same breath, we equally, as part of these discussions and stabilization, have had an engagement with our traditional leaders in their organized formation to discuss very important matters of relations and their meaningful participation in the affairs of municipal entities. And of course, that debate was located within the context of the white paper on how do we beyond the deadline of this process. We should have been able to detail an understanding on how do we not just create partnerships, but they become an integral part of the system from a governance point of view, planning, land administration, delivery of services, the extent to which we've got to find a compact that will elaborate matters of finances, that will elaborate matters of the extent to which the system government ought to facilitate administrative capacities, minimum to that extent, with applicable resources or available resources for their operations, but also their functionality in those entities. So that discussion is underway, much focused, very clear on achieving that main intention. And of course, as well, we had a very high-level political meeting with all the political parties in the Republic of South Africa, both big and those that can be characterized differently. And in attendance, there were close to 400 people who were part of that meeting. We took the better part of the day on which we met. In the main, was to discuss the state of local government into the future, analyzing all these policy perspectives and options that arose out of the process that we are handling at this point in time. I must admit, Chair, that it was a very mind-sharpening political discussion, which necessitated or equally sharpened our dialectical reasoning to the extent that parties that are adjacent to one another ideologically and those that are non-adjacent were in one meeting to discuss important matters informed by their political and ideological, perspectives. As I say, it was mind-sharpening political engagement. But be that as it may, want to thank all the leaders who were in that meeting for their robustness with which they engaged, and of course, what has been given to us as an understanding going forward. And therefore, lastly, becoming very critical that in the next coming few weeks, we should be able to have a much more robust and towards finality of this process on the white paper. I think we are almost at the point where we are consolidating final submissions out of those 65 policy proposals that emerged out of the synthesized report of the 266 submissions we got from various South Africans in their individual capacities, but also their social and political formations. So where we are at the moment, we are almost at that point towards finalizing this particular process. But we will come back, Chair, unavoidably once the final consolidation of what would have been brought to us from various South Africans, because even tomorrow we're still engaging other structures in Gauteng to finalize. But we also chose that the final leg, as I conclude, Chair, of this process, it will be incomplete if we don't deliberately identify few rural areas, if possible, in almost all 9 provinces of our country, or we will sample it so that we go straight into villages and townships and deliberately convene meetings of engagement with those communities so that they can as well give us we shouldn't assume that these high-level meetings in centers of our provinces, wherever we go, representative leaders talk on behalf of those communities. So we want to get a feeling of how South Africans in townships and as well as villages and some informal settlements, they would have articulated their own expectations as we sharpen the policy instruments of this particular intended policy process. So those are the few points, Chair, that I wanted to comment on. But as I say, before I forget, part of the discussion that is very much important on our side as a sector, from delivery of services and development, but also infrastructure provision, is how do we position municipalities across the country to come and make sure that the trillion rand allocation, which His Excellency spoke about, would necessarily be able to fast track and facilitate. So the capacity building from technical point of view, planning, and as well as implementation becomes extremely important. Mindful of a report which the Department of Water and Sanitation produced on the levels of differentiated capacity standing of many of our municipalities, and therefore they need to be very impatient as we respond to the water crisis problem, which His Excellency has elevated to his office. So all these matters require a much better focus and appreciation of what is required, so that as we come here to report, we are also alive to the fact that we've got to deal with these matters in a much more impatient way to enable access by our people on whose behalf we are meeting as public representatives to talk about the affairs of the nation. Having said that, Chair, I could therefore then say, let's allow Dr. Naidu, on behalf of the department, to take the committee through the Section 48 report on based on Municipal Systems Act, and therefore, with your permission, Chair, you can then allow him to take it from there. Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson of the committee and the members of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable DM. Let me apologize. I've said advocate Naidu, Dr. Naidu. Over to you.
Good morning, Honorable
Yeah,
Chairperson.
these days, Dr. Naidu, we are dealing with the bills, so we put you as part of advocate as well.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning to you. Good morning, honorable members of the Select Committee, our Honorable Deputy Minister, colleagues. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Chairperson, the Honorable Deputy Minister has already reflected on the strategic and the legislative context of our report. I will request my colleague, Ms. Saila, to deliver the report and who can start to share the presentation so long. But before I can hand over, allow me, Honorable Chair, to highlight just a few key themes that have emerged very strongly from the 2023-2024 performance cycle. Firstly, we've noted that the report confirms that while pockets of good do remain, that the local government system continues to face, institutional and more especially financial strain. And you would see in the presentation, it talks to high vacancy rates in senior management, weaknesses in performance management, and then also the uneven functionality of governance structures. Secondly, you would see also from the report that service delivery performance remains mixed. Some provinces and municipalities continue to improve access to basic services, but the reality is that the quality of services, especially water, sanitation, electricity, and refuse removal, remain a concern. Thirdly and lastly, Honorable Chairperson and members of the committee, financial sustainability, you will see, remains a pressing factor, a risk to the sector with unfunded budgets and escalating debt. And that we also note, that several municipalities and provinces do continue to demonstrate strong performance. I am joined, Honorable Chair, by colleagues who have played critical roles in the preparation, the analysis and the coordination of the Section 48 report. I want to allow Ms. Koliswa Saila, who's also accompanied by Ms. Maputi Leta, to make the report, Ms. Saila. The presentation, Honorable Chair, is a very high-level overview of the detailed report, which report is just over 158 pages. And with that, through you, Honorable Chairperson, allow me to hand over to Ms. Saila, who will take committee through the presentation. This one.
Thanks, Doc. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, Deputy Minister, good morning. Once more, thanks for this opportunity that you have given us to present to you the Section 48 report for 2023-2024 financial year. And the Deputy Minister and also our DDG has also highlighted on the very key issues. Given that I'm not going to just cover the legislative framework that is there on the slide 2, because he has covered the purpose, as this report mainly focuses on synthesizing the strengths, risk, and also the corrective actions. He also highlighted the issues of the statutory assessment that we need to adhere to ensure that we assess the municipality's performance in terms of Section 48. And again, to inform the ministerial oversight on the targeted interventions. Having said that, the legislative context that informs this report within the Municipal Systems Act, the Municipal Financial Management Act, and also other legislative prescripts. They all that support the accountability across the three spheres of government. In one of the legislative prescript, section 47 to be precisely, makes provision for the provinces to annually compile and publish and table section 47 reports in the provincial legislature. As such, we have seen that by the provinces having published their section 47 reports and also having tabled their section 47 report within the legislature. These are the dates that the reports have been published and also have been tabled within the legislatures, honorable members. Moving forward, whilst we're preparing the report, there were some systematical challenges. We have noted the issue of the weak data quality, and I believe as a department, we are also working hard on ensuring that as we move forward, the quality of the data from this report will be improved. We have also noted the issue of the capacity issues of when the municipalities are preparing their Section 46 report, which informs Section 47 report and also informs the overall Section 48 report. The weak consequence management, it's one of the areas also that we have noted as we are preparing this report. Honorable members and honorable chairperson, allow me to just detail some of the key issues that comes from the report. My detailing will be based on the KPIs that the provinces have used to prepare the report. Our first area is it talks to the municipal transformation. The key findings on these areas from the workforce area, we have seen that the senior management, there's a senior management stability in terms of the vacancy rate for section 54A and 56 posts have increased to 30% as of June 2023. That was moving from 24% in the previous year, 2022. By 2023, 2024, 50 municipalities, which amount to the 20% had vacancy rate of vacancies of CFO post, and up to 37 municipalities, which is equivalent to 15% in 2021. We slightly see the decrease in the vacancy rates. In terms of employment equity, we have noted that in relation to the statutory requirements targets, we have not fully met that. Female representative overall nationally is sitting at 28%, with 1% for disability representation, which is below 1% in most of the municipalities. And also the youth participation is reported to be not satisfactory amongst the provinces. With regard to the skills development, workplace skills plans are often not developed and weak. And although we are also noting some level of improvements, but I think the compliance with the minimum competency requirement is still evident. It needs to be improved. With regard to the performance management per se, we have reporting on the performance management systems remain inconsistent and it varies in quality. It also has an effect in a sense that it's limiting the effectiveness and of the oversight and accountability. Honorable members, this is just a snapshot that is showing us the female representation among the section 54A and 56 positions within our municipalities. we will note that overall we are sitting at about 50%, and with the province of Limpopo with 48, the Mpumalanga province is at 38, and the last one is in Northwest sitting at 24%. Honorable members, I'm going to move to the next KPA, which is basic services, which will cover the area of access to water services, sanitation, electricity, and refuse removal, and lastly, the infrastructure investment. Nationally, with regard to the national access to water services, with the national household access has increased by 3.3%, moving from 22, that is the increase from 2022 to 2024, with also a decline that has been noted in some of the provinces. Allow me. Yeah, with regard to the sanitation access, we are seeing a stability in that. Again, there's issues of quality in terms of the services that persist. 83%, 83.2 households have access to sanitation services in 2024. Only 67.7% of the household are said to be using flush toilets connected to the sewage and septic systems. With regard to the access to the electricity, we have noted that there's an increase in the household with access to electricity, with predominantly with the use of the prepaid electricity services. Household electricity access has reached 90.2% in 2024. 81% of the connection household are on prepaid meters. With regard to the refuse removal coverage, again, this area is also remain uneven. The formal refuse removal services covered is at 61.3% of the household with access, and 34.3% still rely on communal and household dumping. Members, allow me to move to, okay, before I move that one, the last point on the service delivery, on the basic services is the capital spending, which remains high maintenance below the normal standard. Municipalities continue to spend 98% of the 3.4 million on the MGI grant within the 2023-2024 financial years, with spend on repairs and maintenance expenditure remains below the 8% benchmark. This is one area that, honorable members, that we are below the benchmark.
For records, you said millions there. I think it's billions.
Billions, my apologies.
Thank you.
With regard to the one of the KPA area, again, is the local economic development. In this particular KPA area, we have noted that the municipalities are having the LED strategies, but in most cases, these LED strategies are a bit outdated and are poorly implemented. Again, we noted the issue of capacity amongst the units that are responsible for the LED programs within the municipalities. Job creation largely is limited to the short-term opportunities that are offered. Those are the key areas that the report pointed out us to revisit. I'm now moving on to my next slide, which talks to municipal financial viability. Financial distress remain widespread across municipalities. Many municipalities operate with very limited cash revenue, rising consumer debt, and growing areas they're in areas with within the ESCOM that. So in most cases, the municipalities continue to be in areas to ESCOM and water boards. There's a liquidity pressure that limits the municipalities to be able to meet their obligations and to place essential services. That places essential services at a risk. Or again, on that one, the audit outcomes has shown little improvement, with many municipalities still receiving disclaimers and or adverse opinions. Section 139 interventions are in place, but we have noted from the report from the provinces that there are some areas for improvement, which are pointing out to the limited impact on the oversight or on the measures. This is one area again that the report pointed out that the interventions, whilst they are there, but I think the issues, how it's been used to as an oversight, it still needs to be improved. Allow me to move to the next slide. While we've noted that, we also noted that there's the submission for the AG amongst the municipalities has improved. 239 municipalities, which is equivalent to 93, submitted their reports to the Auditor General in 2024. I think looking at that as an improvement, because in the previous year we recorded about 236, which now at least there's an additional number of municipalities that are adhering to the AG requirements and submitting the reports on time. Whilst they are submitting, but we also noted that the majority of municipalities still receive poor audit outcomes. 20% of the municipalities achieved clean audits, while over 60% received qualified adverse and disclaimed opinion, indicating an ongoing weakness in the financial reporting and control. I think the report, Section 47 report, highlighted the number of root causes that could be contributing towards this. So one of the root causes is the leadership instability, weak controls, and the skills shortage. Honorable members, I'm now going to be covering our next KPA, which is the good governance and public participation, which is covers the oversight structures that are whether are they functional or are even within the country. I'm trying to look. What committee structures continue to be established among the provinces? I wanted to just highlight some of the statistics in relation to the number of the ward committee structures that are there within our provinces. Allow me just a second so that I could. Okay. According to the statistics that we pulled out from the reports, we noted that the Western Cape in terms of the establishment of the ward committee structures, it's sitting at 99.7, and 77% of those are said to be functional. That is followed by the KwaZulu-Natal province, which is at 73% functionality of their ward committee structures. And yeah.
Your slide is not moving on my side.
Honorable members, I think that was my last KPA. Just to highlight some strategic implications that undermines the governance and service delivery. One of them is the leadership instability. The second one is the poor performance management that weakens the accountability. The skills and the capacity gaps also seems to be threatening the skills and capacity gap persist despite regulatory frameworks that are also in place. We further look at the corrective levers and on that. There are a number of targeted capacity buildings and leadership stabilization that are in place. Financial and recovery and revenue enhancement supporters, they are also in place in partnership with all other key departments. The infrastructure acceleration and strengthening and oversight system are also in place to ensure that we improve on the service delivery. Just to say is that whilst the report is, there are areas of improvement, but local government is still under strain. But with all the interventions that are put in place, we believe that there will be some recovery and the level of improvement. We also take into consideration that the stability in the leadership, stabilizing leadership and restoring financial discipline is also critical to ensure that our municipalities are able to deliver on their mandate. Again, we ensure that the focus should be on the maintenance, accountability, and ensure that there's a coordinated support to ensure that our municipalities are also able to deliver on their mandate. I believe that was my last slide, and I thank you, Chairperson and honorable members, for the opportunity once more. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Saila. Ms. Letta, would you like to make any additions? Mputi?
Oh, yes. Apologies for that, Doc. I think my network is a bit slow on this side. Good morning, Honorable Deputy Minister, honorable members of the Select Committee, and colleagues on the platform. Doc, I think Goli has mostly covered our presentation. However, just to, I think, maybe put an emphasis on the overall observations that we've made when we were doing the analysis, just a recap of those key observations. There is about 4 key observations that we are making, honorable members. Firstly, we would like to report that we do not have a problem of compliance. So provinces are complying. They do submit, they do compile and publish their Section 47 reports. So there's no issue there. However, in terms of performance, there seems to be persistent, vacancy and capacity constraints across, the provinces as well as municipalities. They said the service delivery access has improved, as Polly mentioned, in some areas, but there's an issue of reliability, therefore, as well as equity, which remains a significant challenge. You've seen the snapshot that she showed with relating to, the gender disparities there. In the case of financial instability is widespread and is mostly characterized by unfunded budgets, rising debts, as you spoke to that, to Eskom and water boards, as well as weak revenue collection. there's a strong investment in infrastructure. So that I think is an improvement that we can celebrate. But there's also insufficient maintenance spending, which therefore threatens sustainability, long-term sustainability. So in conclusion, I think, honorable members, the 23-24 performance reflects a system that is currently under strain. However, with notable improvement there and there, but I think it points that there are areas of progress, particularly in infrastructure spending, as I've mentioned. But there's also ongoing challenges in financial management, service delivery, and capacity, which are then holding the system back. So with those words, Doc, I think I'd like to take it back to you, and thank you very much, honorable members.
Thank you very much, Ms. Letta. Honorable Chair, we hand back to you. Perhaps the Deputy Minister would want to make remarks after the Q&A session that would follow now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, colleagues and DM, for the report that is presented before the committee. I'm now going to open for members to engage the report so that we can also afford DM and the team to respond to those questions. I will start by taking 2 members, honorable members, then we get responses and we move to the other group. Honorable Kaiser, I see that you have now joined. Welcome. You've been struggling. I'm happy to see you there. You'll be followed by Honorable Dr. Skir Kocher. Let's start with you, and then after Dr. Skir Kocher, it will be Honorable Peter, Honorable Bedenhorst, Honorable Zimande. Those are the hands that I see for now. So let's take you in that order, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much to Dr. Naidu. Greetings to yourself and my colleagues in the committee. And the state of local government, Chairperson. The annual performance plans, the municipal transformation in slide 6, the findings. How did section 4A 5/6 vacancy rise to 30%, and why are 50 municipalities still operate without CFOs? Why is female representation still at 28, far below 50% target? In terms of slide 7, what is the plan, national plan, to move municipality from 28% female disability youth representation to the 50% equity target? Why are provinces such as Northwest, for instance, at 24% and Northern Cape at 25%, failing to reach even the national average? How many service providers, in terms of now Section 46 of the Municipal Systems Act, which requires municipalities to prepare the performance annually, reflecting on municipalities' performance and that of its external service providers? How many service providers have been found to have flouted the SCM process, and what blacklisting action has the department taken, to including measures of improvement in that area? And then what steps are being taken to ensure municipalities develop workplace skills plans to ensure that the likelihood of where we are does not persist? Why is the performance management reporting still inconsistent 2 decades after the regulatory framework was established? And then on slide 9, Chair, I just want to check in terms of electricity refuse and and infrastructure. Despite the 90.2% electricity access, what is the plan to reduce over-dependence of prepaid meters at 81%? Why does only 61.3% of households receive formal removal, and what are the constraints in that space? And including the last one, Chair, pertains to what is quite close to me, because I'm deployed in a municipality where there is local economic development at 0% in Emakazin. Why is the LED strategy outdated, and what support will be provided to first of all revise them? What is the plan to capacitate LED units to deliver sustainable economic outcomes and ensure that the jobs and projects that are delivered are not precarious, short-term, and unsustainable? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Skirkocher.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, let me just start by looking into the report, and if you compare it with the Auditor General report of 2023-2024, and in its consolidated MFA report, it assessed audit outcomes and compliance with legislation and risk to service delivery. Now, in the executive summary, it states that little has changed since previous reports. Only 41 municipalities, that's 16, achieved clean audits, 49 municipalities improved, while 40 regress. Material non-compliance remain very high, and unfunded budget, unauthorized expenditure, and revenue losses continue to undermine service delivery. Which brings me to the question, Chairperson. We are now in 2026. Why are we only getting the reports now? Because now, if you look at those municipalities that have regressed, it's still there. Some of them haven't, because we do not get these reports on timelessly. And even though there's not a clear time framework, Chairperson, but if you look at the Municipal Systems Act, it, like all of them mentioned annually, so that, and it also mentioned that it needs to be in the same reporting, or at least before the next financial year. So I just want to ask, why are we having delays on this? Because all of these municipalities that have been indicated in the Section 48 report and the Aegis report shows the exact same, and they've actually continued to regress. So that's my first question.
Is it me who got cut off, or it's you, Honorable Skirkocher?
It is Dr. Skirkocher, Chairperson.
Yeah, he looks being freezed there. It's cold in Free State.
There's a big problem with the bandwidth in the Parliament at the moment, Chair. I'm also being kicked out every day.
Oh, yes, he's in Parliament. Yeah.
Is there a problem with my sound, Chair?
Yes, we lost you, got freezed, but at least we are happy that you are back. You can conclude your remaining issues.
All right. Now, Chair, I will just where am I now? So just I lost my track. So basically, on these reports, so it's only the Western Cape that has these.
You can switch off your video because the network in Parliament is not that clear. Dr. Skirkocher?
Doc,
you can switch off your video, because your network there, it's not good.
All right, Chairperson, let me just, where is this? All right, let me just turn off my video. All right. Audible, Chairperson?
Yes, loud and clear.
All right, so let me just get back to my track. So then I want to then just go to slide 8. It said which provinces that the water access has declined. Do we know which provinces are there? Then I want to just latch on to Honorable Keza on slide 10, what does the department do to improve LED strategies? And we don't want to hear about how many EPWP or CWP jobs that have been created. That is not real jobs. What strategies are they helping so that the local economies can grow? And then, Chairperson, I just want to while we are on these reports, and it latches onto my first two questions, what has the department done in terms of Section 120 of the Municipal Systems Act, where there's able that the minister can actually gazette regulations to be able to, and if you look at Section 120, number 3, regulations in terms of subsection 1 may prescribe penalties for the contravention of non-compliance with any specific provisions of the regulations, which may include appropriate fine and imprisonment for exceeding of 6 months. So we have the systems for consequence management, but we're not utilizing. So I would just like to know what the department is doing on utilizing that aspect so that national government can help local government to improve and so that we can have better outcomes on these reports and respond to.
So are you done?
Yes, Chair. I'm not too sure how much was lost, but yeah, for now, I think I'll just, if there's anything else, I'll come back for a second bite.
All right, thank you. Let's move to Honorable Peter, then we'll receive responses after that.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I will apologize for my video, Chair, just for the network. All right, Baba. Chair, my question is directed to the Deputy Minister through his brief summary. When he spoke about the policy discussions and policy analyzations, as the local municipality are in a critical stage of being failed, I just want to check from the department. In my point of view, the department also has outlined the challenges that the local municipalities has been faced, as well as the achievement that the entire local municipalities has been achieved as well. I just want to check what is their weaknesses as the department, and those weaknesses that lead to the local municipality to fail. What is their weaknesses and their challenges that led to the local municipality to fail? That is my question, Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll allow Dr. Naidu and the team, then DM will come towards the tail end to respond to other issues of policies and strategies. Let's allow Dr. Naidu and the team to respond, then you allow DM to respond to other political issues and policy issues.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I want to respond to the two matters raised by Honorable Skir on the timing of the reports, and then the Section 120 of the Systems Act and the regulations. There were other very specific questions relating to the presentation, the quantitative data, etc. I will leave that to my colleagues, Ms. Letta and Ms. Saila, to respond. I want to just share my screen, Chair, just to indicate the continuum when it comes to the Section 48 report. And I think that this slide sums it up very nicely. So the Section 48 report and the development thereof is based on the Section 47 report that is published by provinces and then the Section 46 reports, which are published by municipalities. So you would see on the extreme left, the Section 46 report is referenced there. But very importantly, that report must form part of the annual report in terms of Chapter 12 of the MFMA. When you look at the MFMA, Section 121 in particular states that 9 months after the end of the financial year, so if the financial year ends in June, 9 months thereafter takes you to the end of March. So you need to deal with the annual report within that time frame. There's other specific requirements and adherence to provisions of the MFMA that must be dealt with. We must note also that audits are finalized by July, August of the following year. Let's focus on the middle of the slide and we look at the report under consideration, the report for the 2023-2024 financial year. So the financial year ends on the 30th of June of 2024. The AG would release a report by November of that year. And in doing so, municipalities begin to finalize the performance report. And remember the 9 months I just made mention of, they would need to finalize that by the 31st of March 2025. Now, provinces would then look at each of the reports that are published by each of the municipalities, consolidate that, and then by the end of June of that year, would need to publish the Section 47 report. So if you look at the 2023-2024 report under consideration, provinces would have, for example, in the KZN province, the province would have consolidated the 54 different individual municipal reports into a single 47 report. And then the second last arrow towards the right of the screen indicates such. The last step, which is the Section 48 report, then requires the minister, the national department, to look at consolidating the 9 provincial reports. So that 9 provincial reports are looked at, considered, and the report that we have before us today is a consolidation of the 9 reports. And if you look at it, June, provinces published, 3 months later, national government would have published the report, which takes us to September of that year. And therefore, in October, we are a bit out of the September timeframe. In October of that year, we published the report. So that's the continuum in terms of how the Section 48 report is dealt with. I want to go to the second question around the Section 120 regulations. And if you look at Section 120, it says, and like rightfully pointed out by the Honourable Member, the Minister may make regulations by notice in the Gazette in relation to matters listed here, so 22, 37, 49, 57, etc. Section 48 is not mentioned here, right? So you would see regulations in terms of subsection 1 may prescribe penalties for the contravention of or non-compliance, etc. So section 54, section 54A, etc., etc., you would recall that we published very, very detailed regulations. We refer to them as the municipal staff regulations, which we put out in 2021, that dealt with these specific matters here. Section 123 does not make reference to the Section 48 report, which is what we are discussing now. Honourable Chair, I'm going to stop there, hand over to Ms. Letta and Ms. Saila to respond to the specific questions that have been raised. I believe the question raised by Honourable Peter was a direct question to the Honourable Deputy Minister. Ms. Letta?
Thanks, DDG. It's Toliswa. Thanks, honorable members, for the questions. I think they're very insightful. One question that was raised by the honorable member in relation to the transformation issues, where he cited that they're still below the 50%. And in other areas, I think there are a number of interventions that are in place. Just to be able to answer the honourable member in full, I think it will be fair. We will appreciate that we be given an opportunity to revisit the report, so that we are able to provide a detailed reasoning on why is that like that, and what are the interventions that are in place, whether they are working and they are not working. In that regard, I think that is one area. Again, with the LED, we've noted a number of interventions that are taking place within the provinces. However, we also requested that we revisit the actual reports, so that we are able to fully engage and give a detailed response to the honourable member's question. Thank you. Later, if you can come in.
Thank you, Collier. I think you've covered everything. Honorable members, you would have noticed that we've also shared Section 48 report, and some of those details can be found in that. But as Collier said, we will prepare and share the detailed report with the committee. Thank you very much. Back to you, Doc.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Before I hand to the Honorable Chairperson, let me also then reflect on some of the questions that have been raised by Honorable Kweza in particular. So matters relating to the vacancy rates, the equity targets, especially Honorable Chair, are matters that remain outside of the control of the department. When you look at equity targets, for example, those targets are based on responses that you would get for advertisements that you would put out. And depending on the pool of resources that you have before you, that would determine how you would be dealing with equity targets, for example. The matter relating to the filling of vacancies is a municipal competency, and it is informed by quite a protracted process in terms of how the filling of senior manager vacancies do take place. But of course, that is also outside of the control of the department. In relation to the local economic development, it is a priority for the department. We have an LED forum that we convene on a quarterly basis. But more especially, we're in the process, or in fact, we have finalized the process of establishing a panel. And this panel will be supporting the development of local economic development strategies in various municipalities that we will identify across the country. I think our target, which we will carry into the next financial year, Honorable Chair, is 20 municipalities, subject to correction, that we would want to be engaging on to see how we deal with developing local economic development strategies for those municipalities. The last and perhaps just the matter related to Honorable Skirkogel around the AG report. I think the time frames and the timelines that we have shared in relation to the development of the Section 48 report aligns to the AG report that is released around the same time as the development of the Section 48. I'll stop there, Honorable Chair, and hand back to you. Thank you.
DM?
Yeah, thank you once more, Honorable Chairperson and members of the committee. We would like to appreciate the comments made, and just to comment on on few points. To the extent that the report indicate, for instance, on equity report where particularly on matters of gender and disability, there has been an underperformance of municipalities generally. It's a matter that concerns us, a lot. It's not something that we can appreciate. And obviously, if we were to go into individual cases of every municipality throughout the country, you will get different reasons why they could not have been able to do so. But it becomes and it remains a matter of law for compliance, which we are working very hard to enforce going forward. So we believe very strongly that unless until we reach that equity target, we would not have been able to live up to the legal prescripts as determined in the Equity Act and therefore related policies per each and every municipality. And I think that point, it remains an area of focus uppermost on our radar screen going forward. The issues which, and I suppose colleagues have answered those matters which were raised earlier on the report on the skills plan, the performance management framework, and other related matters, including the number of companies which could have been lifted as having flouted the supply chain management processes of municipalities. I think if that report is required, we may then have to allow Dr. Naidu to go back because they will have to extricate such a report from AG's assessment reports of all the 257 municipalities. So it may require including working together with National Treasury, the extent to which they also play oversight on other issues. I think it could be an area that is looked at different. We might not on our feet now probably in a detailed manner respond to that question. Matters that were related to unfunded budget, there is work that we are doing as raised by Dr. Skierkoche. We are hard at work through a policy process that we have suggested in the department of engaging with municipalities to work towards making sure that we don't see this feature characterizing our financial management going forward. So I think you are quite spot on. It's a matter of concern even to all of us because nationally and provincially unfunded budgets are not permitted in law, and therefore it cannot as well be permitted at the municipal level because it becomes a false generosity to our citizens in terms of what we say we'll do, not based on scientific, allocation of resources to that extent. And I think Dr. Naidu has responded to the link between the AG's report together with this report and the process that has to be followed in the production of this report. Yes, it's true. We do have a list of municipalities per province that are troubled on matters of water provision, and that report is well detailed as well by DWS as they account on the green drop status, blue drop status, and no drop status of municipalities based on those that have been declared as water service authorities, 144 of them, with 105 that are challenged in terms of their categories. And that report is available. It shows per province which are those municipalities specific to particular provinces. So I think if the report is required, it could be made available. why are we not punishing municipalities? I think in our view, Chair, not necessarily understanding the angle from which a doctor might be, and probably has got presupposition of the form or the type of consequent management, which understandably one could briefly say, from where we're standing as COCTA, there are constitutional provisions that gives us a clear instruction as we continue to do our work. Section 154 is very clear on what is expected of us. And to the extent that some of the municipalities might have not or would not have done certain responsibilities as accounted for by this type of a report, Section 139 is applicable, is available for invocation in such cases. But internally, there are two levels of a probable assessment and possible consequences. At the political level, the performance of the political leadership of municipalities and the extent to which they may have to take certain responsibilities is at two levels. Understandably, the political parties that have sent their reps in office, and that is why we had a message that we had to put across in our engagement with political parties, that local government is very complex and it requires to a certain extent as well parties that are responsible for managing certain municipal spaces to also come to the party to make sure that they do preside over their political oversight on their own councillors, so that consequence management as it relates to that level of oversight takes place internally. Councillors as a composite body, they've got to also play oversight over their officials, and they exercise consequence management in an event of poor or inability to meet certain targets, if in terms of performance that would have been agreed upon. So those areas are well clear and well understood. That's why I'm saying I can only work on presupposition of what he might have wanted us to account on, particularly on consequence management. But most importantly, consequence management is part of the accountability ecosystem that ought to be entrenched in the system to deal with performance without any reasonable doubt from that point of view. We, responding to what Honorable Peter said briefly, I could say that municipalities are at different levels of development and as well as capacity. Of course, with the differentiated impact of their challenges on their own localities. So weaknesses and challenges are not necessarily generic. They are peculiar depending on the institutional, financial, governance, infrastructure, and related matters based on the pillars of the system. And when we do the assessment on the performance and the challenges of municipalities, it is based on how those pillars are being performed, are being handled, or are performing as per individual municipality. And hence I'm saying those levels are at different, standing with regard to that matter. But be that as it may, from a policy point of view, as we deal with this reimagined future local government system, it is to us to respond to having identified those inherent limitations, assumptions, and some areas that could be improved from a policy improvement and strengthening with probable policy instruments that will arise at the conclusion of this particular process. Those matters and endeavors unavoidably will have a positive impact on the overall performance of the system. But most importantly is for us not to lose sight of the fact that we've got to be hands-on to ensure that the current system as it is at the moment, based on the existing pillars from leadership and management, when we do that assessment and as well as input, we raise and heighten the expected leadership to be provided and the management with the necessary skills and capacity based on meritocracy, appropriate qualification, and therefore all the wherewithal is required for them to do that. Looking at matters of governance and institution, there are those inherent challenges, but most importantly, all these issues are a function of leadership at the political and as well as administrative level. And therefore, comprehensively, those matters will give an account of why in a particular municipal space, development seem to be, snail pacing, whereas elsewhere, same municipality seem to be moving much better. So it's a function of leadership that we've got to be heightened, has to be, re-strengthened, has to be conscientized, but most importantly, it becomes, and from where we're sitting as the department through the white paper policy process, there is a request that we have been able to make throughout, and even now we'll still make it, that as South African citizens are demanding a differentiated a display of capacities of possible councillors in the next round of elections. And I think it's a matter for a different debate, Honorable Chair, because we thought that parties will agree with South African citizens. But it has come out very clear that many of the political parties seem not to be very positive to a proposal that says in the law there must be a clear pronouncement of the differentiated competency levels. Of course, Section 158 of the Constitution has been referred to, which is very clear about that. But clearly, from capacity point of view, and therefore parties as they select councillors into the future, they will have to be alive to the fact that this sector of our government, it's very complex and it requires a different cadreship of possible leaders to be, given these responsibilities going forward. Unless until we also raise that level of cadreship going into the future. For me, as a former councillor myself for some time and having worked in the sector and even now still being in the sector, if those matters are not lifted, it's going to be very complex going forward with the complexities that are now becoming even more out of all these reforms that are taking place throughout the entire sector. It requires a different cadreship moving into the future. So we're looking forward to a different cadreship in the next coming municipal elections, so that when we come back to account, we account based on an understanding that we are all occasion for a much more better improved performance from all these areas which Honorable Peter would have wanted us to comment on. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thanks, DM. Let's take Honorable Nzimande, followed by Honorable Molokome, Honorable Mabibo, and Honorable Muimang. Let's take all of you colleagues so that we can allow the responses to come at that final stage.
No, thanks. Thank you, Chairperson. I've got just 2 or 3 questions. But the first question, obviously, Chair, will be in relation to LED. I'm not going to deal with the matter of the details, as we are already promised that the details will follow, but just a matter of principle. That the issue of accounting reports, whether in the form of Section 46 or 47 or 48, are developed on the basis of what the municipalities will have committed to say that this is what we're going to do and this is the situation, which is a problem, where they'll raise a problem. Meaning, in actual sense, whatever was supposed to be done will find expression in the plans, which plans are tabled by the department before us in Parliament. Meaning, in actual sense, the issue of the LED having been outdated ought to have been not identified at a level of submission for accounting report, but at a time before the commitment to say this is what we will be doing, that obviously the information that we have at our disposal to deal with this matter is outdated. What happened? Why was that not picked up earlier and wait when the accounting report and the AG also raises the issue? Is there some challenges in terms of how to handle these things? That's one aspect. The second aspect, Chair, is still relating to that, is that let's assume then obviously the situation was so fluid. But on whatever undertaking that were made to deal with this particular aspect, because we have a very strong monitoring tool, why was it not picked up but only after that we have a challenge in addressing this particular aspect? But the last two questions then relates to a challenge that is known, but which the department is not helpful, and including the government in the form of a cabinet, that you can't have one size fit all. The abilities of municipalities for them either to deal with the issue of revenue collection will also be dictated by a number of factors, including the socio-economic factors where such municipalities located, with the consequence, obviously, of it to attract skills or retain skills. Because if it can't be capable to deal with the challenges which they find themselves under based on socio-economic factors, and they are not helped with an intervention to address this recurrence that is happening every time and again, you will always come and have a problem of skills, vacancies, and the retention. What is it that really the department, even after the local government in Daba, what is it, or prior even before that, what is it that the department is coming up with as an intervention? Because municipalities are not the same, and we can't expect that they will definitely fix this problem on their own. And if we don't really come up with a clear intervention. No, thanks, Chair. Maybe let me just stop there because I've covered almost broader policy and principal position. Thank you.
Thank you. The next member is Honorable Molokome.
Thank you, Chairperson, and for the opportunity. Let me welcome the presentation and also greet the Deputy Minister on the platform. Chair, I think he touched on several issues that I want to raise, especially on the issues that affect our municipalities in terms of the capacity building that we have seen in various municipalities, and maybe when we are approaching the local government elections, the proposals that they've received can be taken into consideration, because really what we are seeing in these municipalities is something that needs to be taken care of in terms of our political parties when we put leaders in those municipal councils. So I know that the Deputy Minister, you had led in various municipalities like you have said, and you know very well what is going on in those municipalities. And some of us, I think most of us here, we are from the local municipalities, so we really see and know what are the challenges that are faced by the local municipalities. One, Chair, Honorable Kesa has touched on the issue of the gender parity, of which I think 28% is something that is worrisome.
Yes,
and I think
yes, madam. Yes. Greetings, how are you?
I think someone is helping me, Chair, on the platform. Can I continue, Chair? Chairperson?
Oh, yes, you can continue. It was Honorable Keza who must mute his mic.
Yes, I was talking about the gender parity, of which is a point that is worrisome. And also, I think because SALGA is part of the agency that deals with municipalities in terms of making sure that they assist on this matter that has been raised, because I think the department can't deal with such issues, but they have this agency that makes sure that municipalities complies in terms of the regulations and that they need to deal with. So I think SALGA needs to come in. And also on the issue of the capacity building, the EPWP issue, Chair, I think this program really assists in terms of the skill capacity of our own people down there, especially in rural areas. So we can't come here and say we don't see what this program is doing. So the only thing that we need to urge is that when they capacitate this people, they need also to change or consider the issue of taking them in when they had received the certification of certain skills that they'll be achieved. So this is a activity or that really helps when coming to developing our people, as much as we know that the background that we are coming from the apartheid regime and so forth. So we need to really support this program and urge the department to put more of the budget when coming to this issue. Section 139 interventions, Chair. I think in our visits we had seen most municipalities where these sections, either 139A or B, in various municipalities. But my question is that do we have tangible results since the interventions had been taken in these municipalities, or is it one of those political management used as a tool of continuously bringing the council in stability? Because really, as the department, especially the provincial government, when they write to the National Department for Interventions, can I get the sense whether these interventions are helping in those municipalities? Because some, they have the section, the very same section for such a long time, more than 5 to 8 years, but there's no improvement. So can I get a sense whether this is really assisting? And lastly, maybe the two last chair questions is the underspending is a problem in municipalities on the conditional grants, yet the service delivery remains a challenge. So how do you plan to assist municipalities to improve on this aspect? And then lastly, Section 71 and 72, I think we have touched on that when you were giving us responses. The Section 71 and 72 reports is a monthly early warning that municipalities are not doing well in terms of these sections. And insofar as financial viabilities are concerned, what do you do in these circumstances as you see them happening in municipalities? So I think Honorable Zimandi has touched on that, the issue of the early warning, because if municipalities has an early warning monthly, they need to do things differently. So I think some of the issues honorable members has touched on that. I'm not going to repeat, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Muiman.
Thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity. Let me also join the queue in expressing my appreciation on the report. Secondly, Chair, let's appreciate the report as it reflects on the progress that we are making in relation to broadening the provision of basic services to our communities, particularly in relation to water, in relation to sanitation, and in relation to the electricity. I think there is tremendous progress that we continue to make in that aspect, in that indicator. And of course, the concern relates to the issue of operation and maintenance of this infrastructure, particularly water. What is that we are doing as a department to ensure that there is sufficient budgeting to accommodate operation and maintenance. Secondly, the concern raised around the functionality of ward committees. It's an area that has to be given attention, particularly in terms of involving our communities in the affairs of government, and it is one of the objects of local government to ensure that our people get involved. So the question that I want to ask is in relation to MPEC and ward committees. What support is the department giving to the municipalities to ensure that we have functional ward committees, and so that we are able to ensure that community exercise oversight over the affairs of municipalities, but also we strengthen the issue of public participation, which is quite important. Then the last point, Chair, the issue of instability across metros and also across municipalities is an area of concern. I think the Madlanga Commission clearly illustrates the crisis that is beginning to emerge both in Ekurhuleni and also Tshwane. What proactive steps the department will take to ensure that at least they scan the environment around our 8 metros and also around our municipalities, so that we are not taken by surprise. I think we have to appreciate the intervention by the Zondo Commission and the intervention by Madlanga Commission, but it has mainly been focusing at national and provincial. But of course, the Madlanga Commission now begins to also illustrate that there are challenges at municipal level, particularly in terms of the capturing of our key aspect of governance by thugs and cartels. I suspect there has to be a proactive action on the part of the department, just to get the environment to ensure that we're not taken by surprise. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Shufrip Honorable Mabibo, followed by Honorable Berenost.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. And let me extend my greetings to the Deputy Minister on the platform, Dr. Namani Masemola. I'm already covered by most of my colleagues. in the questions, but I will just go straight to the question. How is the relationship between COCTA and traditional leadership organized formation? And then which intervention does COCTA make in addressing the killings of traditional leaders? And then the last one, I just want to know the component or what makes or what entails to form a steering committee, more especially in the rural village or in the rural municipalities, like maybe in your village. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mabibo. Honorable Pedanost.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll try and be a little bit more briefer than other contributors. I just wanted to ask, the report identifies weak consequence management as a systemic failure, and yet audit disclaimers, irregular expenditure, and financial management continue year after year. So, how many municipal accounting officers have actually faced real consequences for financial misconduct? And at what point does the department accept that the absence of consequences is enabling continued failure? And then Honorable Molokome actually stole my question, but I'll just expand it a little bit. How many Section 139 interventions have been implemented nationally over the past 5 years? And what percentage have resulted in sustained financial and governance recovery? And why does the department's own report concede that these interventions really resolve systemic issues? So basically, we are running a system of repeat interventions with no measurable success. And if that's the case, why should our committee, for example, continue to accept Section 139 as a credible tool of recovery if it's not working? And then the Western Cape has shown they've got 23 stable municipalities, which is basically 77% of the total municipalities. While provinces like, for example, Gauteng have no stable municipalities. So my question there would be, despite the same legislative framework and funding instruments, why does the Western Cape achieve the highest concentration of stable municipalities while provinces like Gauteng have zero? So is this not then a political and administrative governance issue rather than funding issue? I'll start to get the department's input on that. And speaking of that, Chair, the numbers tell a very clear story. There's only 20% of municipalities nationally that achieve clean audits, and over 60% of them receive qualified audits, adverse or disclaimed outcomes. The Western Cape accounts for 17 of the 34 clean audits in this country. So it's a half of the clean audits in the country come out of the Western Cape. And so at the same time, many provinces remain in financial distress, while the Western Cape has no municipalities classified as distressed at the moment. So how does the department explain that one province operating under the same laws and same funding restrictions consistently converts good governance into measurable service delivery outcomes, while the majority of municipalities continue to fail? And what concrete steps are being taken to enforce those same governance standards nationally? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Mine will just be the few comments, not the questions. Firstly, on the issues of equity, I think we are not doing justice, and there is no deliberate strategy or intervention to close the gap, especially on women. They are being overlooked. Not that they are not qualified, but I think they are being overlooked. And the 2% which the white paper on disability envisaged, we couldn't even fulfill 2%. It is now being reviewed to 7%. So it's going to be worse. So headhunting must be conducted, especially for disability, so that we are able to address. We can't be failing to achieve 7%. We have failed 2%, but now we need to be putting our house together to achieve 7%. The next one, the most failures and under expenditure in our municipalities are based on poor planning. The reason why I'm raising it, I'm saying are based on poor planning. For municipalities, when they budget for this financial year, they think they'll do simultaneously the planning and the implementation, which is not possible. So there was a funding which was allocated by National Treasury to assist in terms of planning for the projects, infrastructure projects. I think municipalities must be encouraged to put in their own budgets money that will assist them to start through the IDPs to start planning for the projects which must be implemented in the next financial year. But you don't do it at the beginning of the budget because then the time will lapse. As a result, that project will never be implemented. As a result, the money allocated for that project will be returned to National Treasury. So I think that's an area which COGTA should give more focus on the procurement plans as well, which sometimes are conducted poorly and they are not so clear to address such issues. Of course, the gaps in terms of the weaknesses in the SCM, how do we intend closing those weaknesses? We need to expedite processes of migrating to digital platforms so that there are no further delays when it comes to procurement and all of that. The next one is LEDs. LEDs have not been taken serious. They just appoint one or two people. They said it's an LED unit. LED unit should be able to function fully, to be a fully fledged unit, so that it can be able to assist. Because with LEDs, by now we were supposed to have created so many jobs, creating conducive environment, but also in terms of accrediting those who are already busy in townships. In each and every township, there is economic activity. But those people are working on their own. Some of them, their businesses have not even been formalized because our LEDs are not there to support. We just drive past them, the car repairs and all of that. But whilst we should have collaborated with universities so that these people are accredited, and we work with sitters, and those sitters put money for those people to be supported to run formal businesses so that they can create sustainable jobs. So I think that's what has been lacking, and we need to recover from that. The Systems Act allows municipalities to establish advisory councils, advisory bodies to the council. So the one that has not been activated in many municipalities is how do you coordinate? How do you coordinate the business? How do you coordinate Amakosi so that the special development framework integrates their areas fully? And if there are no economic councils that are charged with that responsibility, but going beyond that coordination, but also ensuring that there is so the signing of social compacts with the business. I can tell you, DM, some of the things that municipalities are supposed to do to create jobs or to create environment for jobs to be created, they do not even need their funding. Private sector has got that funding through the ESD fund, and that ESD fund is not well coordinated at that level. But if you have such economic advisory councils where business also participate, then you agree. It has now been elevated to National Transformation Fund, but you still need localized initiatives to finance infrastructure, to finance small businesses in the area. So I think that is highly possible. It's just a matter of putting more concerted efforts. The last two is on rural development. I think COGTA should become the custodian because COGTA deals with cooperative governance. So COGTA should be at a call phase of coordinating rural development, human settlement, so that the poor rural areas, their development are properly done. Because rural development is not about agriculture or handing over back the land to the people, but it's all about how people get settled so that they do not leave and migrate to metros and leave their areas. So all that needs to be coordinated. Clear strategy must be there so that we support such an initiative to develop these areas. Otherwise, metros will continue to have this flow of people from poor districts to metros, and they build informal settlements because they are looking for jobs and greener pastures. Then the last one is audit on the water tankers. I think we should receive a report, especially in the areas where there are challenges of water. How many water tankers are in-house? How many water tankers are outsourced? And the value must be attached. And we should enforce. And I'm also lobbying you, DM and Cooperative, that you should go to National Treasury, especially to those areas where there are major challenges of water, to have a grant of assisting them to buy their own water tankers. And they must operationalize it by appointing people as drivers and the units that will coordinate such initiatives, because continuing reliance of water suppliers, which is outsourced, it's creating more problems. People are being killed. So we need to be cautious of that and put a system to put it to a stop. Those are my comments. Over to you, Dr. Naidu and the team and DM. Please let us be brief on the responses. We still have another item to deal with. Let's go up to at least 10 past 12.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I would like to start by maybe responding to the matter around local economic development. And while I do so, I would want to ask my colleagues to just ready themselves. I see Mr. Cheney has also joined us. I'd like to maybe ask him to speak specifically on the matter relating to underfunding or underspending, and how we have, as a department, recently been dealing with the matter of reallocation of resources. And then my other colleagues can deal with the other specific issues that were raised. I think, Chair, the matter that you raised last around water tankers, it is something that we will look into and prepare a report for submission to the committee. I guess we're going to have to get to the source, which is municipalities, to compile that report for the committee. So on the matter relating to LED, and I think it is quite a loaded matter, because when you look at the report, there's various indicators as to what informs the, let's say, for lack of a better word, the lethargy around local economic development. I want to start by saying that firstly, the issue around capacity is a major contributor to the matter of lethargy around local economic development in municipalities. If we look at in the Eastern Cape, for example, the majority of the municipalities have LED structures, but posts remain unfilled largely in those structures across the province. And the report also indicated that in that specific province, only 2 municipalities were rated as excellent in LED capacity. If you look at Gauteng, the vacancy rate there is around 32%, and with some municipalities reporting filling of rates at 48%, while in the Northern Cape, LED units are weak, understaffed, or only partly functional. Secondly, the report shows that the LED strategies are outdated or not being implemented at all. Thirdly, there is, as the report points, that there's misalignment between local economic development, planning, and budgeting, and that Next, that municipalities to a large degree focus on compliance and not necessarily development. There's also the report pointing out that there's weak intergovernmental coordination, the Department of Small Business Development, the provincial COPTAs, municipalities themselves, and then also private sector coming into the play as well. The next issue, Chair, relates to the matter raised by Honorable Nzimande, where the point being raised about one size fitting all. When you look at the draft white paper, the revised draft white paper that we're working on, the golden thread that flows through the entire document, Chair, is the issue of differentiation. So meaning we have noticed that the one size fits all is a challenge, it is a problem, and to redress that problem, we are trying to see how best we come up with a model that deals with differentiation at large, so that we move away from the one size fits all to a model that is more practical, pragmatic, and fit for purpose based on the different types of municipalities that we have out there. Let me hand to Mr. Cheney through you, Chair. Then Ms. Letta and Ms. Saila can come in, and then I will come at the end and wrap up those things that would have been not covered. Mr. Cheney?
Afternoon, Chair, afternoon, honorable members, DM and colleagues. Thank you, Dr. Naidu. Chair, in respect of payment or not payment, in terms of the performance of municipalities with specific reference to capital grants, and in our case, there's two of them. There's the Integrated Urban Development Grant, and there's also the Municipal Infrastructure Grant. I think it's important to note that the department on a quarterly, throughout the year, monitors, evaluates, and oversights all of the grants that are provided to municipalities. And that's done in conjunction with the National Treasury, as honorable members and Chair, you will know. One of the things that does happen, and during the course of the current financial year, the department, together with National Treasury, at the end of the third quarter, which is on the 31st of December, undertakes an analysis and then determines a stop-in and reallocation. I think it's just important to note that in relation to that process, one of the things that we always consider, and I think its honorable members will agree with the department based on what the minister and the deputy minister have directed, is that when you stop and reallocate money, particularly in relation to capital infrastructure grants, reallocating money out of a municipality, the net effect of that is that the communities that actually need this, and remember, these grants are provided to those households which are poor and require this. The ultimate persons and people that get impacted by these reallocations negatively are those households in those areas. And these are poor rural areas, particularly smaller towns and cities. So in relation to that, there's a couple of things that are happening. One, when we reallocate, and during the course of this financial year, which we busy finalizing together with the National Treasury, there are various options that gets taken. The first option is that if a local municipality cannot spend that money, then gets moved to a district. If the district is not able to do it, there's an alternative state organ, and those state organs include the MISA, which is an entity of the department, and then also other state organs, so that the money can be then spent or contracted within that to complete those projects. Where this is not possible, it is then reallocated within that province, because then that allows for more equity and fairness in relation to that. During the course of the current financial year, you'll note that in the Minister of Finance's budget, based on discussions with our executive authority, minister and deputy ministers, one of the things that has come up is that we've got to be able to up the ante with particular reference to early warning systems that allows us to identify these municipalities. So in the current financial year, you'll see that some of the grants, with particular reference to MIG, we've shifted that. It's been reclassified from a 5B to a 6B, which then allows the department to appoint implementing agents to allow for to compensate where a municipality has demonstrated over a sustained period an inability to spend that money. So I'm gonna stop there, given your directive on the time frame. But I hope that covers parts of the issues that on how we are managing that process. Thanks, Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Cheney. Ms. Letta?
Thank you, Doc. Doc, while I'm conscious of the time, as the chair has advised, I think you've covered the issue relating to LED, but maybe just to follow up on what Honorable Nzimande said on the old LED strategies, and this in terms of the early warning systems, I think, which Honorable Mulakomi also referred to. Just to mention, in addition to what Doc has already mentioned, that as a department as well, we've conducted research on LED strategies and its effectiveness. And that strategy, Honorable Chairperson and members, does come with a plan as to how we intend to assist municipalities in that area. So that is, we've picked it up, and then as a result, the department then conducted that study. We are also willing, if the chair allows, to share the research study with the honorable members of the committee. And I think Honorable Badenhorst also spoke about issues relating to Section 139, Doc, which I think we did not really address. But in addition to what you said with the white paper, emphasizing on differentiation, but this is also another matter that is fully addressed as well in the white paper, having recognized that maybe there are some weaknesses and there might be a need for improvement in that regard. And therefore, I don't know if time will allow, but I thought maybe Neville can also just give a very short indication of what we are doing in relation to that. Thank you very much, Doc.
Ms. Saila?
Chairperson, I think I'm covered. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much, colleagues. So let me try and address some of the matters that may not have been covered. Maybe on the matter raised by Honorable Badenhorst around how many 139 interventions and financial recovery. So we do have a list of all of those interventions over the past 5 years. I don't want to give the number off the cuff, but we will share that information. It's got a breakdown of what specific intervention it is in terms of Section 139, but also whether those municipalities have financial recovery plans in place, etc. So that breakdown in table format we will avail to the honorable member. So on that specific matter around Section 139 interventions, early warning systems, etc. Of course, Section 139 intervention is an intervention of last resort, maybe 1397 in particular. But before that, we try and ensure that 154 is implemented to the best of both national government and provincial government to try and see how we support municipalities. A good indicator of how we would want to assess municipalities is through the Section 71 and the Section 71 reports, as Honorable Molokame has made mention of. But we also have in Parliament the Intergovernmental Monitoring Support and Intervention Law, which has, once enacted, have uniform protocols in place in terms of how we deal with interventions, be it in terms of Section 100 or 139. But importantly, in the bill is the requirement for the Office of Standards and Compliance that would be housed in the Department of Public Service and Administration to have an early warning system in place that would inform how interventions should take place, how it is initiated, or even before an intervention is initiated, what kind of support packages, support steps that need to be put in place before an intervention as formal through a 139 of the Constitution can take place. Honorable Moimang raised the matter of the functionality of ward committees, but also the issue around oversight, specifically around functionality of municipal public account committees. When you have regard to what the white paper says around the findings of the functionality of ward committees, it starts by saying that ward committees are not taken seriously. The finding is that there is declining trust in ward committees and that they are widely seen as ineffective. The findings in the white paper also indicated that there's political contestation, which is undermining the functionality of ward committees, and that it also highlights political interference and factional battles within a ward committee as a major barrier in making it to proper functioning. The white paper then also says that there's ward committees that lack training and capacity, and that without training, committees cannot meaningfully facilitate community participation or monitor service delivery. So noting that, we would want to see what kinds of recommendations would come out of the white paper review. And some of them would perhaps say that there should be professionalization, there should be resourcing, and that to formalize ward committee structures to ensure meaningful integration into municipal governance and into the community participation systems. On the impact matter, and the question was, so what support is the department giving around municipal public accounts committee? So in the department, we have for some time now, Honorable Chair, established an impact forum. It is convened by the department, it is chaired by the department, but in that forum, we have the provincial COPTAs, we have the Auditor General, we have National Treasury, and we have SALGA. What happened there is that through the provinces, we get reports that are presented on the functionality of these impacts in each of the municipalities per province, and where there is support that is needed, we would respond by engaging that specific municipality on a demand basis. So if it is training that is required or a collaborative intervention, in inverted commas, by the Treasury, SALGA, and ourselves, we would then descend there and see how best we're able to support that specific municipality or municipalities. And I guess, Honorable Chair, the response of the question around instability across metros, what proactive steps we are taking, and I suppose that the response that I've given around impacts and how we would support specific municipalities is how we would respond to proactive steps that we would take across the metros. We do so presently in the Buffalo City Metropolitan Municipality, but also in the Nelson Mandela Bay Municipality, where we have dedicated resources that's supporting those municipalities to redress the challenges that we have there. When you look at the eThekwini Metropolitan Municipality and the City of Johannesburg, you would know that there are specific support packages that are being laid there in terms of presidential intervention, maybe not intervention, but presidential support, where various sector departments are in that space trying to see how we address the various challenges that prevail in those specific metros. Honorable Baki Singh, pardon me if I've got the pronunciation wrong, the relationship with threats, I believe that a more detailed response could be provided by our sister department. But suffice to say that in the interactions that we, or at least I am a part of, I would see a relationship between the department and the institution of traditional leadership at its best that I have seen. The matter relating to the killing of traditional leaderships, I guess it is the same that would be applicable to councillors. And it is a matter that we have been engaging with the South African Police Services, in fact, for some time now. Perhaps it would be important to know what the indicators would be to determine how to measure stability. If it is stability that is measured through audit outcomes, I think the science indicates that the Western Cape Province municipalities do have more clean audits than other municipalities across the country. But whether it is something that lends itself to more development, service delivery, etc., I think it's questions that the AG herself has been raising when measuring municipalities that have clean audits. Honorable Chair, I think you raised again the matter of equity. I think it would need a more focused discussion internally, departmentally, to see how we would want to intervene to redress the matters relating to representation, where maybe not just women, but also youth, persons with disability. I think a conversation that is prevailing in government at large across all three spheres of government. I'm going to stop there. I know I've gone past the 12:10 deadline that you had given us, Honorable Chairperson, and I will hand back to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Naidu and the team. DM, you can sum up.
Yeah, no, thank you once more, Chairperson and members of the committee. I think in the interest of time, let me take note of all the points that have been put forward by members of the committee. Just to at a very high level say, firstly, from what Honorable Mimani said, Operation Voluntary Reforms on Municipal Trading Services is basically aimed at responding to some of the points that you raised on infrastructure maintenance, refurbishment, and the ability to give people sustainable service delivery of water. So included in that policy intention is to deal with these matters so that collected revenues could be ring-fenced for better reinvestment into the affairs of those affected municipalities. But largely, I think we may have to have a discussion at some point on that policy process guided through Operation Voluntary. I think matters of the economy, they've been responded to. We may need a debate, Chair, to locate those LEDs within the MTDP priorities for the current administration, and how do we want to see municipalities playing that major role on macroeconomic development plans of the Republic. In fact, sometimes in April this year, together with the Department of Small Business and some departments in the economic cluster, we will be hosting an LED conference so that we reconceptualize our approach to matters of local economic development. I think the issue of traditional leaders, it was well responded to. We do have a very cordial relationship with them through Contralesa, Rolesa, the houses in the provinces and national, including the Forum of Kings that we have been able to put in place. So our relations as the department with them is quite cordial, notwithstanding the fact that they do have their own constraint, concerns, demands, which government in various provinces still have to respond to their expectations and as well as their demands, matters that are receiving our attention. Lastly, Chair, just to last point quickly, I think the point on Western Cape has been responded to. It may also need, it's a political matter that requires a closer appreciation of the good work that they are doing, as opposed to what appears to be challenges in many of the areas of some of those municipalities from a development and delivery of services point of view. That balance becomes very essential and profound. So it's a matter of discussion going forward. Lastly, the point that you raised finally, Chair, on the water tankers and other related matters, I think it talks to the insourcing policy that is so much required. In fact, as you would be aware that His Excellency, the sitting of Parliament last week, if not a week ago, he did respond to this matter, that there's a need for government broadly, including municipalities, to begin to look at areas of services that can be insourced. In fact, we are already beginning to do some work around this matter. So we should be able to, at some point when we are ready, come back and make those a concrete proposal on the list of areas which ought to be insourced by municipalities. But for now, instructions have been given to municipalities to begin to get themselves water tankers so that they can provide these services and begin to attend to the water mafia that is actually creating problems in many parts of the country. Be that as it may, Chair, I think those would be my parting words. Still alive to the fact that we have many other meetings to come. We may still catch up on what we would not have elaborately responded to today in this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Masinula DM and the team for your responses. We wish you everything of the best in accelerating the plans. Some of the plans can be implemented before even the review is finalized, just as a support, and also establishment of funding facilities. There is a lot of funding from national government, but municipalities are not accessing such funding. Your UIF fund with billions of rands there, but municipalities need to be assisted, capacitated, also to access such funding. But thank you very much for your adequate responses. The item now is being put aside till further notice for the submission of documents on what the committee have requested, so that when we meet next time, we'll also deliberate further on those issues. Thank you very much, DM and the team. Honorable members, we are now moving to the second point. The second point is about the final mandates on the Public Service Commission Bill, which we all know we've been dealing with it as a committee and its processes. So we're now at a level where provinces were supposed to be giving us their final mandates by today. We have noted that Northern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, which will be meeting tomorrow, and Eastern Cape with some reservations, have not submitted their final mandates. But members will also recall that when Dr. Ibrahim, Advocate Ibrahim, when she presented in the previous meeting, she was disrupted when she wanted to start with each and every province and narrate the responses per province. So that process still need to be redone, and we request that members will allow it. It's going to be quick to go through each and every province. We say what Free State raised, what were the responses, what is the take of the committee. As much as we have voted broadly on the mandates that they were given. Then we'll defer the matter of the report for today and grant an extension to the provinces if they feel that they still need to do something on their submissions on the final mandate. But those who will be fine with their final mandates, they will remain the same. Then we'll allow those who have not yet completed their final mandate to do so. But those who like to amend their final mandates, will give them at least. We are recommending that before this committee that we give them up until Thursday next week to do so. Then after that, we can convene a special meeting to consolidate the final mandates. But the deadline for the submission of this bill and its adoption to the House, it should be the 12th of April. So therefore, we'll have to have a special meeting. Even during our oversight, we can convene a virtual meeting to consolidate the final mandates, and thereafter allow the council to be convened to adopt this report. So I'm putting it to you, members, if you have any comments, but I think we can just shoot straight to the exercise. We are doing this exercise so that in case if there are any litigations, everything should have been done properly in terms of the committee processing these submissions. So that is our submission. But I'll allow Advocate Ibrahim to add if they have left something, because we had a meeting to get the legal advice on this aspect. Advocate, you can add.
Thank you, Chairperson. That's correct. Chairperson, members would have been provided with a copy of the matrix that we presented at the meeting last week. I have asked the committee secretary to send a slightly updated version where we've just tried to add a little bit more detail where possible. And what we would like to do, Chair, is just to deal with each province separately, indicate the issues that have been raised by that province, and then just allow members an opportunity to deliberate and indicate if they would want to make any changes in relation thereto, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Advocate Ibrahim. So, colleagues, let's just get straight into this detailed presentation per province. We'll discuss Free State as Free State, then we'll pass to the next province wherever there are comments from members. Yes, Mr. Manel.
Chairperson, with permission, can I just put on record that Northern Cape did submit its final mandate. It's not Northern Cape, it's Northwest, Chairperson. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, it's Northwest. So
yes,
you briefed me about Northern Cape. It was a confusion of Northwest and Northern Cape.
That's why I raised my hand, Chairperson.
Yeah.
Because I have the mandate with me.
Now the chief whip is relieved because the mandate was sent. Yeah, let's do this, colleagues, and allow Advocate just to run through this process for our records, because really I tried last time in the previous meeting, but the team from public service, they were jumping, they were moving from one province to another, which also disturbed the process that was initially arranged. Over to you, Advocate.
Thank you, Chair. With your leave, Chair, I'm going to start with the Free State Legislature. We had dealt with this one in the previous meeting. The Free State voted in favour of the bill, but they requested the committee to consider the public participation inputs. The first major input that was raised was a general input, and that had to do with the constitutionality of the bill. And the concern was that the PSC does not enjoy a constitutional mandate to deal with local government. As members know that this bill extends the mandate of the PSC to also include local government. I've previously presented to the committee, Chair, on 17th of February, where I took the committee through the constitutional concerns. I did share the concern about the encroachment into the municipal space. And I also indicated that it was an issue that we had looked at quite closely during the deliberations in the portfolio committee. It isn't a black and white matter that it is constitutional or it is unconstitutional. The PSC has argued quite strongly why it's of the view that the bill is not unconstitutional. But as indicated, I had to let the committee know that I do have reservations and it may be subject to a legal challenge. I do, however, believe that rationally an argument can be made that the committee, having considered it, is of the view that it may pass constitutional muster. So it certainly isn't a case where it's an outright unconstitutionality. Chair, in our last meeting, the PSC gave quite a bit of detail in respect of their response to this issue. So I don't think it would be necessary to ask them to redo that unless members would want them to redo that. But that was the first issue raised by the Free State Legislature. The second issue raised by the Free State Legislature relates to section, or rather clause 15 of the bill, which deals with the obstruction of the commission. And what the submission raises is that the section does not mirror the constitutional provision that deals with obstruction, and that the wording should therefore change because otherwise it would be unconstitutional. Chair, the Constitution states that no person or organ of state may interfere with the functioning of the Commission. So the term used is interfere, whereas the bill says that no person may hinder or obstruct the Commission. Chair, we are of the view that hinder or obstruct is part and parcel of interference, and therefore there is nothing unconstitutional about the phraseology. It is something that's repeated, in fact, in other legislation where there's a similar constitutional provision. So we don't have a concern there from a legal perspective. And the Commission also shared that view with us, Chair. So, Chair, if we can please just allow members to indicate if they would want to make any changes based on those two issues that have been raised in respect of the Free State, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Advocate. Members, are there any comments? And remember that you ask questions. It was a 50-50 situation if public service covers the municipalities as well. So we could not see any challenge of accepting that response. Let's take comments. If there are any comments in Free State, we are going to move to the next province. Are we all covered? Yes, I see colleagues are agreeing. Let's move to the next province.
Thank you, Chairperson. The Limpopo Legislature also votes in favour of the bill. There were no comments for consideration, Chair. If I can then move to Mpumalanga.
Are we noting Limpopo? I want us to note each and every province. Limpopo, there were no comments. Is that noted? Let's proceed.
Thank
Next
you, Chair.
province.
Similarly, Mpumalanga Legislature also confers on their permanent delegate a mandate to negotiate in favour of the bill without any proposed amendments, Chairperson.
Thank you. Are we noting Mpumalanga as well? That is noted. Let's move.
Chair, the next one is the Northern Cape Legislature, and similar to the other two, there are also no proposals for any changes, and they vote in favour of the bill.
Okay, are we noting Northern Cape? There are no comments. We're noting it. Let's move to the Northwest.
Chair, the Northwest also votes in favour of the bill, but there are a number of comments for consideration. Chair, just for noting purposes, it appears that the Northwest may have inadvertently looked at the copy of the introduced bill rather than the B version of the bill that was transmitted to the NCOP. Nonetheless, I've tried to take the comments and distill what may be relevant for our purposes. The first one, Chair, is in relation to clause 44A, which deals with the appointment of commissioners. And the original bill had spoken of a recognised bachelor's degree. And what the Northwest is proposing is that we should simply change it to a recognised degree. The B bill, Chair, had already removed the reference to a bachelor degree, and the B bill now merely states that a commissioner requires a level 8 NQF qualification. And in terms of the national qualifications framework, that would include a bachelor's degree, an honours degree, or a postgraduate diploma. So it would seem that the concern has already been dealt with, Chairperson. Then moving to the next one, still sticking with appointment of commissioners. They've again proposed a new wording, which is based on the original version of the bill. In the original version of the bill, when we spoke of the experience, the years of experience that a commissioner should have, it was phrased as 8 to 10 years. But in the portfolio committee, we had changed that to 8 years. And not an 8 to 10 years. One, because we thought it was going to be confusing to refer to 8 to 10 years. And secondly, also because the PSC had convinced the PC that 8 years was a sufficient period in terms of experience. It would mean that the person has the necessary maturity and experience to perform the role. And that obviously would be in relation or have to be read together with the fact that they would need to meet certain qualification requirements. So unless the committee is of the view that 8 years is not sufficient and they would rather that we increase it to 10 years, this can stay the same, Chair. But we will wait for direction from the committee on that point.
Colleagues, any comments on this subject? Or we are covered with what the Public Service Commission have responded to?
Covered with what the PSC has responded, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you. We are agreeing.
Okay,
let's move.
Thank you, Chair. Then there was another aspect in relation to us to this as well, and that was that the bill proposes or the bill says that a member of parliament, a provincial legislature, or a member of a municipal council or of a board or controlling body of a public entity, they would also be eligible to be appointed as commissioners if they've served for 8 years. And what the province has recommended is that in the case of those members, as well as in the case of persons who have lecturing experience, that must be what we need to add to that is also that they need to have at least 3 to 5 years additional experience at senior management level in the public administration, either in public or private sector. So in other words, your 8 years experience then is not sufficient on its own. You would need to demonstrate that you also have additional experience in the sector of public administration, either in public or private sector. And Chair, that is a policy decision. I don't know if the PSC would want to speak to that as to whether they believe that it's necessary to have that additional experience over and above the experience that a member would bring by virtue of their membership or a lecturer would bring by virtue of having lectured in an institution of higher learning, Chair. Thank you.
PSC, any comments?
Yes, Chairperson.
Yes.
If I will just have to go straight to the bill itself,
if you look at the bill which deals with appointment under clause 4, bracket 5, it's talking about experience. It talks about different types of experience. I will start with B, which says in relation to his or her experience, he or she has held office as a head of department. That one, there is no problem. Has worked as a senior management level in public administration. So the issue of working in public administration, it's already covered for at least 8 years. That is one criteria. The second criteria is has for a cumulative period of at least 8 years been a member of parliament, a provincial legislature, a municipal council, or a board or other controlling body of a public entity, provided that he or she has not served in any capacity for a period of 2 years immediately prior to the date of the notice referred to in section 4.3. That means if you're a member of parliament, you need a 2-year cooling off period, and then you have a combination of these experiences, including public administration experiences, then you can apply cumulatively senior management experience of 8 years. Then the bracket 4 says a specialized knowledge of or for a cumulative period of at least 8 years experience in a field referred to in paragraph A, which means there are different skills that are referred to. If you have 2 here, 3 there, you can combine those skills up to 8 years, and then you will be able to qualify to be senior management experience. Now, the one that is actually dealing with this one of lecturers is contained in bracket 4, which is asked for a cumulative period of at least 8 years lectured. So it's qualified, lectured public administration or management at a recognized institution of a higher learning. Cumulative period of at least 8 years lectured. And that area of lecturing is administration or management. And then the other one, which then says, or as a combination of experience referred to in subparagraph 1 to 4 for a cumulative period of at least 8 years. So all these experiences are already covered in the different versions, including having this 3-year specialized knowledge and all of that. It is already covered there because it says your teaching and knowledge must be specifically in these areas of public administration and all of that with a combined knowledge of 8 years senior management experience. Thank you.
Thank you, honourable members. Any comments? Are we in agreement?
Agreed.
Thank you. Let's move to the next.
Chair, then the next issue raised is in respect of clause 13, and clause 13 deals with implementation of decisions of the Commission. Members may recall that we dealt with whether these decisions are binding or not, and what the legislature's concern here is that this is not consistent with constitutional autonomy of municipalities. It encroaches on the autonomy of municipalities, and they're not of the view that these decisions can be binding on municipalities. So what they're proposing is that it be amended to indicate quite clearly that it's not binding. Chairperson, this was part of my presentation that I did, and that the PSC had responded to. I also shared the concern that these powers can't be binding except in relation to the power in section 1964D of the Constitution, which expressly provides that the Commission is empowered to give directions aimed at ensuring that personnel procedures relating to recruitment, transfers, promotions and dismissals comply with the values and principles set out in section 195. So it was my view that the balance of the decisions that the PSC could make would not be binding in nature, but Chair, I'll allow the PSC to respond on that. Thank you.
Yes, PSC. PSC, you can come in. But they've responded.
Chairperson,
yes,
apologies.
Yes, Chair, this would have been part of the very first briefing that myself and the PSC did when we discussed constitutional matters, Chair.
Yes, so if members have got no comments,
I have been able to unmute. I'm sorry, I was struggling to unmute.
Okay.
Yes, we have responded, and all we are saying here is we need to have a uniform oversight framework when it comes to in relation to the constitutional values. We know in Section 195 that these constitutional values apply across all organs of states, public enterprise, and the three spheres of government. So the uniform application of these constitutional values is important. That's the first aspect. Then other aspect that we are saying is that this Section 13 is not saying everything is a direction. As you know, we give advice sometimes. Sometimes we make recommendations. All of that are there. All we are saying is that you cannot ignore those things willy-nilly. We will issue directions in appropriate circumstances, but when those directions are issued, then it is binding. If you are not going to be able to implement those directions, then you must take that report on review. So it's basically to give effect to the mandate of the PSC and to make sure that these things are streamlined. So it's not only talking about binding issues, but if the mandate of the PSC applies and we are trying to create that uniformity and the systemic administration, systemic, remove, let me say, fragmentation of public administration oversight over the three spheres of government, then the same principles will apply across the three spheres of government. But however, taking into account the different nature of those three spheres of government, and that will be dealt with on a case by case as we go along and in the regulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable members, are we in agreement? Agreed. I don't see any hand. Let's.
Chairperson, as long as, look, I think the point that you want to make is that the evolution of these bodies, oversight bodies, is quite important, and like as you said, they must be taken seriously. And part of doing that is to ensure that their recommendations are binding. But obviously, I think if there are challenges around that, for now, let's work on that. But we would want to see a situation where these recommendations are binding from the PSC. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Whip. If there are no further hands, we are in agreement. It should go through.
Thank you,
Let's move.
Chairperson. Thank you, Chair. The next issue is also on this clause. Chairperson, the clause provides that where the Commission, and this is 13.1, that where the Commission has taken any decision, the relevant executive authority or the person to whom that decision has been directed must report within a certain time frame as to the manner in which that decision was implemented or otherwise dealt with. And the comment received is that we should add the words that person must also consider the decision. So in other words, prior to reporting on how it's been implemented or dealt with, they must consider it. Chair, it was my view that consideration is implicit. The executive authority or the person to whom the decision is directed cannot report on the manner of implementation or how the decision was dealt with in the absence of a consideration. It wouldn't make sense. So consideration for me would be part and parcel of that duty. It wouldn't therefore be necessary to state in those words. But if the committee feels that we should add it, then we certainly can do that, Chairperson. The PSC can comment, Chair, if they have a view on it as well.
PSC, any comment?
We agree with the parliamentary legal advisor. However, what we are saying is that there is no need to make a change here because it is already clarified. Like we said, Section 13 makes provision for recommendations. It looks at advice and it makes provision for direction. So they are already classified. When we use the word EA, it is because the EA is the executing authority for that institution, and decisions should have gone through the highest level before it is escalated to the PS. It doesn't mean that the EA will answer and have to answer. The EA will, of course, take it through the HOD because even the report or findings could be directed to the HOD as well. All we are saying is that at the highest level, there should be that decision, and then if they then decide that they are not going to implement the direction, they must take it on review. That is just to make sure that the internal processes are exhausted before they come to the PSC.
Honourable members, any comment? There seem not to be any comment. We are in agreement. Let's move.
Thank you, Chair. The last comment there is linked to the ones prior, and it's simply a request that we add a new clause in which we make it clear that the decisions or directions of the Commission are advisory in nature. In other words, that they're not binding. A draft clause has been proposed and the wording was provided. I did not agree with the manner in which it was worded, but Chair, we have now already dealt with the issue, i.e. my view that not all directions would be binding, and the PSC's view that it is binding, Chair. So I don't know if members want to make any further comments, but I presume based on the fact that they've accepted the previous explanation, there would therefore be no need then to add this proposed clause, Chair.
Members, any comments? No hands. Okay. Yeah, they are agreeing. Let's move to the next
Thank you,
province.
Chair. I'm now moving to KwaZulu-Natal. Similarly, KZN agrees to support the bill, but they did provide some proposals for consideration. The first has to do with the structure of the bill, and that's a drafting issue. The bill's divided into different parts, and they've said that that's usually reserved for longer bills. But given that this bill only has 22 sections, they don't think that it's necessary to divide the bill into different parts, A, B, C, and D, the way the bill does do it. Chair, the bill was introduced to Parliament in this form, and therefore it wasn't changed. It is a matter of drafting style, so there's no bearing on the content of the bill. But of course, if the committee prefers that we change the drafting style, then we certainly can do that, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments, members? Are we all in agreement? There are no hands. We are agreeing. Let's move.
Chair, the next one is on definitions. The proposal is that the definition of the term commissioner should include a person who is appointed in terms of the relevant section in the bill, so that it makes it very clear what the legal basis of appointment is. At present, the way in which the term commissioner is defined is that it simply makes reference to the Constitution. So a commissioner is defined as meaning a commissioner appointed in accordance with section 1967 of the Constitution. And what the proposal now is that we link section 4 of the bill here, Chair. That can be added for further clarity if the committee wishes. The PSC has also agreed that if necessary, it can be added for clarity. However, the definition is aligned to the constitutional definition, Chair. So I don't think that it has any legal effect, Chair. Thank you.
Yes, so it can be added. So let's agree on that. Members, are there any comments? We are all in agreement. Let's move.
Chair, am I correct then for us to add, we will then put this into a C list that provinces can then present to their legislatures, Chair?
Yes.
That change will require us to make an amendment in a formal C list. Okay, thank you, Chair. We noted it.
Just clarifying question, but you said there's no need to be added to. And also the question is obviously if we do the edition, it means the bill after we pass it must go back to the NA. Is that my understanding, or is this technical?
No, Chair, that is correct. It would then have to go back to the NA. We wouldn't be able to deal with this as a purely technical amendment.
Chairperson, if the PSC can make a comment?
Yes, PSC.
Chairperson, the bill is not trying to define commissioners. The definition of commissioner is already defined in the Constitution. And that's why we said in the bill, under definition, if you look at section 1967, the commission has the following 14 commissioners appointed by the president. 5 commissioners approved by the National Assembly in accordance with section 19, in accordance with subsection 8A and B, 1 commissioner for each province nominated by the premier of the province in accordance with Subsection 8B, that is the definition of the commission and the commissioner. As far as this bill is concerned, we are not supposed to interfere with the definition that is provided, and that's why we made reference to that section. What this bill is supposed to do is clearly stated in the Constitution, where it talks about 196(9) says, an act of parliament must regulate the procedure for the appointment of commissioners. So this bill cannot change or define commissioners. Its purpose is just to regulate the procedure for the appointment of commissioners. And that's what we are doing here. And that's why we said the definition of commissioners is as stated in the Constitution, Section 1967, and we don't want to interfere with the definition of commissioners, because all the bill is doing is giving effect to the Constitution and talking about the procedure. So there is no
So we
need
must change the template. The last column should not say agree can be added for further clarity.
Yeah.
So let's change the template, because when the provinces see that part, it will confuse them as if there's still a room to add that definition.
No, we cannot change. We have to stick with the Constitution.
Yes, so let's change the template then, not to be captured as is.
Chair, I'll simply change that to say maybe added for further clarity, but not necessary.
Okay.
And then perhaps the PSC can say the same thing. Proposal is noted and not necessary. I think that reflects the discussion better, Chair.
Yes, more so given the fact that the Constitution is quite clear in terms of the definition of the commissioner. It's not necessary. Thank you.
All right, yeah, let's capture it in that way. Let's
Thank you,
move.
Chairperson. Moving to the next one, clause 4 A, and I'm not sure what that Roman numeral is, IX. Chair, the comment there is that it's vague because the president is granted broad discretionary powers in appointing commissioners, and that the provision should specify appointment criteria to limit unfettered discretion and match legislative intent. Chair, the President has no discretion in respect of the appointment of commissioners. The relevant provincial legislature or the national legislature, as the case may be, conducts its interviews and makes recommendations. It seemed to me that the issue was that the bill includes the term other related fields in respect of experience that a commissioner may have. So we listed specific areas that a commissioner should have experience in, but there's also a broad catch-all that speaks of other related fields. And the view is that this is too broad and we would need to be more particular. Chair, the word or the term relevance requires that there would need to be a rational judgment. So if somebody has studied something and has applied and their experience and qualifications is wholly irrelevant to the work that the PSC does, then one could never argue that it was rational of the legislature then to put the name of that person forward. But the reason that there is a catch-all, Chair, is that educational landscapes change over time. The needs of the commission may also change over time. So an example in the road accident fund that I'm dealing with at the moment, there's no provision for their board to have somebody that's experienced in IT matters. But it's clear, given where the road accident fund is moving and the manner in which it's now going to be doing its work, much of which will be online processing, that it would be extremely valuable then in that case to have a person with that experience on the board. Now, if you were so specific as to list things and not allow for any other new sort of skill sets to be added, then your hands would be tied, and that's what the bill is trying to prevent. And as I'm indicating, the use of the term relevance means that you can't willy-nilly just allow anyone to be a commissioner, even if their qualifications and their skill set and experience has absolutely nothing to do with the job. So that rationality test would need to be passed at the stage that the relevant legislature is conducting its interviews, Chairperson. And I think that the PSC also agrees with that, Chair. Thank you.
Are we all in agreement? Members, let's proceed. No hands.
Commissioner. Okay.
Yeah, let's move.
Thank you, Chair. The next one is still on appointment of commissioners. And the proposal is that the bill must prescribe detailed procedures for the National Assembly and provincial legislatures in respect of advertising, shortlisting, and interviewing. Chair, this is a policy matter. However, we note there is a timeline for the president to effect an appointment. Also, there's a general constitutional duty that all constitutional obligations and the filling of these vacancies would be a constitutional obligation, has to be performed diligently and without delay. Given that you're working with different legislatures and each legislature may determine its own internal arrangements, it may be quite problematic then to be extremely prescriptive about timeframes. There is already a time frame for two things. One, in respect of when a speaker must refer it to the relevant committee of a legislature that will then deal with the appointment process, and also by when the president must make the appointment. But to drill down further, Chair, I do think it is quite a risk because each legislature would operate differently. And there is already a broad overarching duty to fulfill these obligations diligently and without delay, Chair. I don't know if the PSC has anything to add in addition to what I've said, Chair. Thank you.
PSC, anything to add?
She has explained it. However, just to say that the timelines are already there in the bill. Like we have said that within 5 months before the end of a contract, we must alert the president that the contract of a commissioner is coming to an end. The post needs to be advertised. The premier must receive that request from the president. The premier must refer it to the speaker. Within 30 days, the House must then nominate the portfolio committee, who must then come together with an advert within another 30 days. So those timelines are already there, and then they must finish. Then the process must be adopted in the House, and then go back to the premier, who must then nominate back to the president, and then the president does the appointment. So all the timelines are there as reasonably possible. And even when it gets to the president within 45 days, he must then make a decision on the recommendation, not to delay it for too long. So the whole essence is to make sure that the system is flowing smoothly. So all those timelines that are required that can be done reasonably is already included on the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Are we agreeing as captured and explained? No hand. Let's move.
Thank you, Chair. Moving to the next clause, clause 6, renewal of the term of office. The proposal is that the bill should specify what happens to a commissioner's term of office in the case of resignation, death, or dismissal, ensuring clarity that a full 5-year term is served unless terminated early for defined reasons. Chair, I think this is already adequately covered. Clause 6 of the bill deals with a commissioner vacating office. And I think it's fairly obvious that if a commissioner vacates office prior to the end of a 5-year term, then the period of office served would be the period up until the date on which the commissioner vacates office. So it's not clear what more could be added here, Chair.
Thank you. Let's move.
Thank you, Chair. The next one is clause 22, which deals with transitional provisions. And Chair, transitional provisions are those provisions that are there just to fill the gap as you move from old legislation to new legislation. And the proposal is that we should include transitional provisions that protect the rights of the current or incumbent commissioners and set out how their terms will be treated when the new law comes into effect. There is a section on transitional provisions. This particular aspect is not dealt with there, but it is dealt with in clause 8.6, which says that a commissioner's remuneration may not be reduced and his or her other conditions of appointment, which would include time, may not be adversely altered during his or her term of office, including any renewal thereof. So, Chair, both the PSC and ourselves are satisfied that there won't be any detriment to the current commissioners, Chair. Thank you.
Honourable members, any comment on this? Are we all in agreement? Thank you. Let's move.
Chair, the next one is on clause 4, appointment of commissioners, and the comment was that the bill fails to comply with the constitution because it does not prescribe a procedure for the appointment of commissioners. Chair, clause 4 deals substantively with the appointment and provides that the matter be dealt with by a relevant committee of the legislature. It provides for public advertisement process and it gives you the criteria for appointment. So it's not clear what else ought to have been added there, Chair.
That is straightforward. There are no hands. Let's note it and continue.
Chair, then a general comment was that the bill should indicate if there is any age limit for a person to be appointed as a commissioner, i.e. a person who is over the age of 65 years, whether they still would be eligible for appointment or if there's a compulsory retirement age. At present, a person of any age can be a commissioner because there's quite a lengthy experience and qualifications that are required. It would mean that the maturity of the commissioner would be guaranteed, that it's likely to be people over the age probably of 30, I would say, Chair, but we don't have an upper limit. So there's nothing in the bill that indicates that a person who's 65, 70 or older is not eligible to be a commissioner. That is a policy decision. If the committee wishes to build that in, we can build it in. But I do note, however, Chair, that there are 2 exits for a commissioner. One, a commissioner may ask the president to release that commissioner. So if a commissioner were to suffer ill health and have to be released on that basis, there is room for exit. And also a commissioner may be removed on the basis of incapacity. So if at any stage there is incapacity that is linked to age, there would also be a means of removal of that commissioner. But it is a policy decision that the committee may adopt should it wish, Chair. Thank you.
Any comments, members? If not, we are agreeing as captured.
Thank you, Chair. The next comment is in relation to clause 6, which deals with vacation of office by commissioners. And the comment is that subsection 6, 9 and 10 of the bill gives the president the power to suspend commissioners, but does not give commissioners the right of response in compliance with the Promotion of Administrative Justice Act or rules of natural justice before taking that decision to suspend. Chair, in making a decision, the president has to apply his mind. So the president is bound by the rule of law to act rationally. And the president would have to have all the facts before him, including the version of the commissioner. So the rules of natural justice will always apply. And I've cited an example there of the Public Protector. The Public Protectors Act, the clause is dealt with very similarly there. And members may recall that the previous public protector was suspended and eventually removed from office. That suspension matter, in that matter, the president, prior to suspending, had indeed given the public protector an opportunity to make representations as to why she should not be suspended. And that matter has been in the courts. So I'm fairly confident that the president would not be able to make this decision without providing that audio or that opportunity to be heard, but it certainly can be included if the committee is of the view that it would prefer that we are prescriptive. Chair, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any comments? It's clear. Let's move.
Chair, I think the PSC would like to just make a quick comment on this one.
Yes, I just want to say that the bill made provision for hearing the version of the commissioner. Because if you look at that section, 8C of the bill, section 6, 8C, says the veracity of the allegations filed having been first tested in accordance with the rules of the National Assembly or the rules of the relevant provincial legislature concerned, provided that the commissioner is given an opportunity to respond to the allegations in writing. So this matter is already included in the bill. It's only that the president is not going to call the commissioner to say, come and answer to me. He has to answer to the president through the legislature. who would have already given that commissioner a hearing, and it's only on the recommendation of the legislature that the president will act. So the matter is already included in the bill. Thank you.
Members, any comments? There are no hands. We are agreeing as captured.
Chair, just for clarity, I think the concern of the legislature was at the stage of suspension rather than to do with the removal. But as indicated, Chair, I'm confident that the president would have to get some form of representation prior to suspension. Chairperson, the next issue raised is in respect of clause 16 that deals with the Secretariat of the Commission, and it notes that there are no prescribed qualifications or experience required in respect of the appointment of the Chief Executive Officer and the Chief Financial Officer. Chair, this is a policy matter. It can obviously be added. In respect of the CEO, the bill does provide that the CEO must be suitably qualified. It's a term or phraseology that we use in many pieces of legislation. And again, here you would have the rationality test. Somebody that has studied something or that has a qualification that has absolutely no bearing on the work that they would do as CEO of the PSC, you would not be able to argue that they've rationally been appointed, because that would not be a suitable qualification. There isn't a similar provision, though, in respect of the Chief Financial Officer, but it's usually par for the course that a Chief Financial Officer would have financial qualifications to be able to perform the job of a CFO. If the committee wishes, Chair, we would be able to add something, but again, there's always the danger of being too prescriptive in that you then tie your own hands inadvertently. And Chair, I'll just allow the PSC to make a comment on this as well.
Yes, PSC.
Yes, Chairperson, this is a recruitment issue which usually is contained in our recruitment policy. So these are officials, CFO, Deputy Chief Executive Officer. They must all be competently qualified. That's why we say that at the level of the CEO. Every other person will be regulated by the internal policies, because the needs of an organization change from time to time. You'll have to do what we call job evaluation, do job description. So it's not something that can be handled by legislation. In all organizations, it's an internal policy matter, which will be handled through the internal governance rules that will be developed to give effect to the legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable members, are we all covered? No hands. We are agreeing. Let's move to Gauteng.
Thank you, Chair. The first issue raised by Gauteng is again the issue of constitutionality and the encroachment of municipalities. So, Chair, I'm not going to respond to that because we have now dealt with it. So I'll move on to the next one, which is clause 4.1 on the appointment of commissioners. In terms of the process that the bill provides, the notice must be provided to the Premier and not to the Speaker. And what the proposal is that because the Premier is executive head of the Council and is not the head of the legislature, that should go to the Speaker. However, Chair, we cannot make that change because the process that is captured here is the process as per the Constitution. So Section 196(8)(b) of the Constitution requires the nomination to come from the Premier of the province, after which the legislature approves. So it's the Constitution itself that refers to it in that way, Chair. So therefore, legally we cannot make the change as proposed here, Chairperson.
Members, is that agreed?
Yes, agreed, Chair, in terms of Section 4.1b.
Thank you.
And A.
Thank you very
Chair,
much.
the next one is clause 6.1. This is a clause that deals with limitation on the performance of other remunerative work by commissioners. The way the clause is drafted currently is that it requires a commissioner to get approval from the president to perform that additional work. And what the bill and what the comment is proposing is that that approval should rather come from the commission itself. Chairperson, it is a policy matter as to who would actually sign off on that approval when a request is made. In respect of the commission itself sitting to discuss whether another commissioner should be given approval, Chair. Even though it's a policy matter, I do have a concern of self-interest. Because if you have a situation where multiple commissioners may be making this request, it may be that a commissioner that's having to deal with a request from a fellow commissioner may then feel compelled to approve it simply because their matter is going to be tabled soon after. And so if I don't approve the request of Ms. Makinde, then Ms. Makinde may not approve my request by way of example. So that was a concern that I had. Should the committee wish to change it, the proposal, in fact, is that it should rest with a subcommittee of the PSC. Then the committee can certainly look into that. And I'll allow the PSC to also come in here, Chair, because this was the way in which the bill was introduced was for the President to be the approver, Chair. Thank you.
PSC?
Yes, Chairperson. The whole idea is that the President approved the appointment of the commissioner, and that commissioner is approved to be a permanent employee or permanent commissioner. They are not employees, permanent commissioner. So if that person wants to do any additional work, he must go back to the President to seek approval. However, before they go to the President, there has to be a recommendation of the relevant portfolio committee to say, yes, this additional work is not going to conflict with the work of the President, of the Commissioner. It is necessary for the benefit of the country and that we support it. The Commissioner is not going to be remunerated or is going to be remunerated. How much is the remuneration? All of that must be disclosed to the relevant portfolio committee. The PSC cannot self-regulate itself as a constitutional body. Hence, it must that the President that appoints you, that sign off on your appointment, you must go back there to seek permission to do additional work. However, you are not forbidden to do that additional work, but those disclosures and consideration must be done through the portfolio committee recommendation first. That is what the bill provided, and we thought that that was extensively discussed even at the portfolio committee, and then they resolve on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Are we all in agreement that there is no need for any change? Let's continue.
In light of the transparency, Chair, dispensation of the commission and the remunerations thereof, it should be fine.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you, Chairperson. Then moving on to a comment in relation to clause 13.2, and clause 13 is the clause that deals with implementation of decisions of the Commission. And it provides that where there's a refusal or failure by the executive authority or person to whom a decision has been directed to report, then the PSC may report such refusal or failure in the case of an executive authority, then to Parliament or the provincial legislature, or in the case of another person to the executive authority. And the problem here is that there is the use of the word may. So in other words, where there's a failure to report to the Commission in turn is not bound by law to in turn go and report that to the relevant legislature or executive authority. And the proposal is that we should change the may to a must. Chair, whilst it is a policy matter, I have indicated that the PSC should satisfy the committee as to why this is drafted in a discretionary manner. And my concern stems from the fact that it may lead to unfairness. So in other words, you have a situation where a particular executive authority in one legislature has not reported or not done what they were meant to do, and there's no nothing attached or consequence attached to that. And in another similar matter somewhere else, there is a reporting of that. So I did have a concern that in order for legislatures and Parliament to perform its oversight functions, you would want all the non-compliance reported to it. So if the PSC could just simply respond as to why it's been put as a discretionary matter, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable members, anything? Agreed. We'll move.
Chair, can I just check if the PSC would want to add anything on that particular issue on the discretion?
They would have indicated. That means they are covered.
Okay, all right. Sorry, Chair, I didn't see that. Chair, the next one is on clause 16.2, which deals with the secretariat of the commission. And there is a proposal that we insert a new provision over there that will read that the chairperson, as the executive authority of the secretariat, has all the powers and duties necessary for the internal organization of the secretariat, including its organizational structure and establishment, transfer of functions, human resource planning, recruitment, appointment, and performance management. Chair, this is a policy matter, and the PSC again would need to satisfy the committee that they have clear processes to deal with these matters and that there's no lacuna. And if necessary, then they can add it to rules. So, Chair, if I can please just give them an opportunity to respond. And I know that they say that it is an internal arrangement, but perhaps they can just explain that further to the committee.
PSC in brief, members are supposed to be having lunch by now.
Thank you, Chairperson. The bill has made provision for the role of the chairperson. The role of the chairperson is two. There is a single public service commission, all of them together, one body. They act together as one body. So we can't have a situation where the bill starts to divide. This is what is done by this one. That's our operational issues. It cannot be contained in a legislation. That's the first thing. Secondly, the chairperson is also the executive authority of the OPSA. We call it Office of the Public Service Commission now, which is going to become the PSC Secretariat. So when he is performing that function on the PSC Secretariat, he is the single executive authority. So this division is not understood in that context. But when you are appointing a chief executive, it's done jointly by the entire commission because they must act as one single body. So as to how the structure and what, it cannot be part of a legislation. Maybe a policy matter in terms of rules can then narrow it down and then say, okay, chairperson, you can delegate to this, because they have their own internal committees where they delegate and they work and they report to a plenary, which is that single public service commission. Thank you.
Honourable members, any comments? Agreed. Let's move.
Thank you, Chair. The next one is a proposal that we add a new clause that specifies that the CEO is responsible for recruitment, appointment, performance management, transfer, dismissal, and so on in respect of employees of the Secretariat for all levels below that of Deputy CEO, including any other matters which relates to employees in their individual capacities. Chair, I will update my comment there. The Section 16 of the bill already deals with it in that the CEO is responsible for the management of the affairs and the operations of the commission and the formation and development of an efficient administration, and also has control then over all employees that are seconded and so on. So I think it is already covered, and as the PSC indicates, they will also have further rules related to issues of recruitment and so on.
So your comment there should be adequately covered. Thank you.
It's covered. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, it should be adequately covered. Okay.
Chair, then there's another clause that's proposed that we add that when the chairperson appoints a CEO or deputy CEO, that the deputy chair shall appoint a selection committee to make a recommendation on the appointment. Chair, this is again going into the internal matters of the PSC and something that they will deal with in terms of their own recruitment processes, Chair. Then there's a proposal to insert a new section 16.3D in respect of the Secretariat of the Commission, and that is to say that the CEO and Deputy CEO may not hold office in any political party or political organization or be a member of a structure of any political party or political organization. Chair, it is an internal policy matter, but it's certainly something that can be added if the committee wishes to add it. It may ensure independence of the CEO if it is added, but at the same time, Chair, there will always be ethical policies that a CEO would have to abide by, and these are often things that would be included in those sorts of policies where you deal with conflict of interest, Chair.
Yeah, members, Yes,
that conflict of interest is addressing the limitations of performance of other work by commissioners, renewal of term of office of commissioners, and vacation of office by the commissioners. It says there that in 6.1, a commissioner may not hold office in any political party or political organization or be a member of the structure of any political party or political organization. So I don't know whether they read this bill, or what bill did they read, or what kind of diversion are we talking about here. It says may not, without any prior written consent of the president, perform or engage himself or herself.
So let's say
to
there's no
perform
need for
any
any
remuneration work. It's adequately covered.
Yes, let's put
Chairperson,
that
if I can just come in here on a point of correction, Chair, the comment is not in relation to commissioners, it's in relation to the CEO. So in other words, to have a similar provision that you have for the CEO, for the commissioners, to say that the CEO similarly also cannot hold any political office. So this would be for an official rather than the commissioners.
But
yeah,
Chair,
but we're
is the
saying the clause
CEO not a commissioner?
16.7 is
No.
16.7.
Yes, that's what the notice say.
For management of affairs and operations of the commission, the
Yeah,
formation
so-
and development of the
So
efficient
let's agree
administration,
that we take it
the
as is.
organization. Yes.
Thank you. Let's move.
Chair, the next one is on clause 17 that deals with delegations, and the proposal is that delegations must be allowed to be given to the CEO, because at present delegations are to other commissioners or to subcommittees of the commission. Chair, my own view was that the role of the CEO is administrative, and so you wouldn't delegate powers and functions of a commissioner to the CEO. And I don't know if PSC would want to come in there, Chair.
PSC, any comment?
Yes, correct, Chairperson. The commission is a commission. It does not include the CEO. So the commissioners must do their own delegations and do their work. However, the chairperson may delegate any power referred to in section 16.2 to the chief executive officer. Those are where the administrative power.
Agree to take it as is, no need for amendments.
Exactly, Chairperson.
Thank you. Let's
Thank you,
move.
Chairperson. Moving to the next one, it was a general comment on the nature and findings of recommendations, and the submission is saying that these recommendations are not binding. Chair, we've already dealt with it at length. The PSC is of the view that we're making it binding. Yeah. Sorry, Chair, I'm just trying to scroll down to the next one. The next one is also a general comment on oversight over senior appointments, and the proposal is that the bill should provide an empowering framework for the PC to play a role as a check and balances in the process of senior appointments at DG or head of department level, and that this in turn would require other amendments to the Public Service Act, Municipal Systems Act, and the Public Service Regulations. Chair, it is a policy matter for the committee to decide on.
So is there any need for any amendment, members? It can be dealt with in terms of policy and regulations. Let's move.
Chair, the next issue is on appointment of commissioners. And the proposal is that the clause be amended because it falls short of transparency, competitiveness, and inclusivity. It lacks provisions for public advertisement of vacancies, participatory interviews of stakeholder hearings, and civil society involvement in vetting. Chairperson, there is an advertising process. Also, this process unfolds within committees of legislatures and parliament, which have to facilitate public involvement in their processes. So members would be aware that whenever we make appointments in any of these types of posts, there would be public involvement and people would be invited to make comments on it, and we would be able to watch interviews and so on. So we do believe that it is adequately covered, Chair.
So it's adequately covered, members. So we agree. Thank you. No hand.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm now moving on to the Western Cape. The Western Cape is not in favour of the bill. And they note that the PSC has a fair amount of discretion, firstly, in respect of which departments and entities would be subject to inspections and inquiries. They propose that we insert a clause to deal with the prevention of cadre deployment, meaning the appointment of government officials through political influence by any political party in the PSC inspections and inquiries. And then they also recommend outlining or defining the process for inspections and inquiries in the bill itself to ensure due process, as court challenges are expensive and expensive for the taxpayer and may cause bottlenecks in implementation. Chairperson, when I say this is a policy matter, I don't mean that it's a matter that must be dealt with internally by the PSC, but rather that it's a matter for the committee and the PSC to determine whether they would want to put this in the legislation or not. So I will allow the PSC to respond on those comments from the Western Cape Chair.
Yes, PSC.
Chairperson, the comment is saying that the PSC has discretion as to which department it wants to inspect. Then we are saying that that is not correct. The PSC mandate applies across the board. So anywhere where there is a need for an inspection, we will conduct inspection based on availability of resources and the capacity of the PSC and the matter falling under our mandate. So we are then saying inspections are done as compliance or part of a routine mandate of the Commission. So when we want to do inspections, this is what will initiate the reason for that inspection. Whereas if it is an investigation, it happens at the instant of a perceived concern when we are thinking that there's some maladministration going on here. So on initiative, we can go there and do an investigation to check the compliance or where there is a grievance or there is a complaint that is lodged. Then we go there. The purpose is a fact finding and verification of parts upon receipt of such a request or with the Commission's own accord. So it's not like we have a discretion of which department is applicable or not. So that is not correct. So the PSC rules on complaint management and the PSC rules on grievance management also lays out the processes and steps. There are forms, there are ways you can come in, lodge your grievance on the National Anti-Corruption Hotline. You can phone, you can walk in, we have complaint form, we have all of that are laid out in our grievances. So all the procedures are clear. So all of these policy matters are already addressed because it's not new. The PSC is already working within this framework. And in our Public Service Commission Act of 1997, this is already working and it is there already. So it's not correct to say that the PSC can choose what it wants to investigate or not, only if the matter does not fall within its mandate. Then the issue of cadre deployment, we have said that we don't want to be a referee and a player. We want to be that oversight body that is ensuring compliance, that is looking at rules, that is looking at procedures. Therefore, we would not put this in the legislation because it's just a project. What we will then do is to establish a panel of legal experts, because we as a PSC commissioner cannot sit in a recruitment process, because when that process has a problem, it comes back to the commission to now say, no, this process has a problem. So you will now be playing two roles. So we then said we will establish a panel of legal experts where we will second people to go and assist in a recruitment process of those significant positions. And then they will be able to guide the process and make sure that cadre deployment is reduced to the barest minimum as possible. Recommend outlining of defining processes for inspections. I think that is the response on that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The clause 10 below. Thank you, Chair. The clause 10 there below raises all the same issues that were raised generally. So I'll move past that one to clause 14 on independence and impartiality. And the proposal there is that it should be made a criminal offence for members or employees of the commission who abuse office. And Chair, we've said there that it's already a criminal offence for any person, and that would include an employee, it would even include a commissioner who obstructs or hinders the PSC in its work, and other employee-related matters where an employee does something that abuses their office, that should be dealt with in terms of your normal labor law processes, where the PSC would then take the necessary disciplinary action that may even lead to dismissal of an employee. So we're not of the view that there's anything further to be added there, Chair, and that view is shared by the PSC.
Members, are there any comments? No hands were up.
Chair, yes, if I may, sorry.
Yes, Honorable Perenost.
Yeah, Chair, I'm just gonna mention what the province insists on in this bill. And they insist that there should be specifically outlawing of cadre deployment in the bill to ensure that appointments remain merit-based and legal. And then the bill doesn't define basic investigation and inspection processes. So without those definitions, you're going to get court challenges and cause bottlenecks and waste taxpayers' money. And then the bill does lack the teeth with regards to integrity. So there should be minimum criminal penalties. I hear what the legal advisor is saying, but that should be included in the bill. Yeah, that's our input. Thanks.
Yeah, maybe even if it's not there in the bill, but when regulations are issued, they should be clearly outlining prevention measures to such issues.
Sorry, Chair.
Yes.
I just want to check something, Chair. A cadre is someone who emanates from an organization who is deployed by an organization. Eh?
It can be defined in different ways, yeah.
In many different ways. So
in this case, public service.
Yes.
Which is legal. Yeah.
Yes. Wouldn't it explains it in section 6 on the limitations? That it says, the fact that it says you shouldn't belong to this particular political party and so on, and it then defines the qualification dispensation of how you should then acquire with 8 years of experience.
Yeah, that's why they responded.
Should it cover that?
Yeah, that's why they say it's a policy matter. Members, are we agreeing to take it as advised by legal?
I appreciate. We.
Okay.
Agreed, Chair.
Thank you. Let's move.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I noted the comment now in respect of there not being sufficient detail about inspections and investigations and inquiries. Chair, it is a concern that I've shared that it's not imminently clear what the difference is between these processes. It was something that had come up during our own public participation process in the committee. And if I recall correctly, the response of the PSC on that matter is that the rules are going to formulate those differences and those processes in more detail. But it certainly was a concern that I also shared, Chairperson. Chair, then moving on to the next one, which was just a general comment, is that employees should be given a right after a collective bargaining process to approach the Public Service Commission, and this should be contained in the legislation. Chair, the PSC does not adjudicate disputes relating to collective agreements, so this wouldn't fall within the scope of the powers and functions of the PSC, and therefore we propose that we can't add something like that from a legal perspective, Chair.
Any comments, colleagues? Let's move.
Chairperson, we're now dealing with the Eastern Cape. They've conferred a mandate to the delegate to negotiate.
How many provinces are we left with now?
I think this is the last one, if I'm not mistaken, Chair.
Okay.
It's a 44-page document. We're on page 42. Chair, they raised the concern that there may be overlap in investigative jurisdiction between the Commission and the Public Protector, and that may lead to a duplication or parallel investigations. Chair, I noted that the bill doesn't, it uses the word may, so it's not peremptory that it has to investigate. So in other words, as part of considering whether something falls within its powers and functions and that can investigate, one of the things that the PSC would have to consider, and similarly the public protector, if the public protector were considering a matter, is whether there are any other organs of state that are investigating. There's nothing in law that would prevent two organs of state from investigating something simultaneously. So we often see it in Parliament. Parliament is conducting oversight, but at the same time, there's an SIU investigation. There's also a public protector investigation. You could even have the Auditor General looking at something. The only danger is that you may possibly end up with a situation where you have two entities that provide contradictory findings and remedial actions, but the risk really is quite slim because you ought to know at the time when you take on a matter who else would be dealing with the matter at that time, Chairperson.
So this is straightforward. Honourable members, let's agree. Let's move.
Chairperson, the next and final comment from Eastern Cape is on 10.4b, which deals with investigations. And they've asked that the bill be amended to also permit an interested employee or a registered trade union to submit a grievance to the Commission for consideration and investigation. Currently, the bill provides for an individual employee to submit on their own behalf, and they're asking that a registered trade union or otherwise another interested party be given that right. It is a policy matter, Chair, but I do note that especially in respect of trade unions, given the recognition that trade unions have in terms of the Constitution and their prevalence in the country, that perhaps regard should be had as to whether they should be included or not. But I will allow the PSC to respond on that, Chair. Thank you.
Sorry, Chairperson. In terms of the right of an employee to refer a matter, remember we're dealing with an employee. An employee is somebody with a contract of employment. So you have to go by your contract. However, if you want your union to represent you, you have to nominate that union member. And say, I have mandated my union to represent me. And then they represent you. Even currently, that is happening. But at the end of the day, the grievance that is between you and your employer, it's you that must answer. So that is why the bill must say the employee. And then the employee may then further, then that is then covered in the grievance rules, that if you want your union to represent you, you can then delegate your union to represent you. But you must remember, your contract of employment is between you and your employer, so you must answer to those allegations. That is how it is structured. It is already addressed. It is current practice. It is dealt with in the grievance rules. Thank you.
Chairperson, that concludes our presentation on the negotiating mandates. As indicated, all provinces are in favour of the bill.
Are you effecting a change in the template at the last column? Because if you say it's supported, it means we must effect a change.
Chair, we will change the wording slightly.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I think we've done justice. Unlike the previous meeting. So we have dealt with each and every. So with the amended version of the template, it should be posted with our letter, Mr. Manele, to provinces, which gives them at least the extension, if members are agreeing, till next week, Thursday, so that we can process the final mandates. If provinces feel that their final mandates, they don't want to change anything, they must bring them as they are. If those who feel that they still need to go and amend, we give them up to Thursday next week to do so, and those who have not finalized to do so. So that means we must liaise with KZN, Mr. Manele, because they are sitting tomorrow, so that they got all these details in case they want to say something on top of what we have agreed upon. So then we'll convene a special meeting to take all the final mandates from provinces. If they have not changed, it's fine. If they've been amended, we'll accept that. Then we finalize the issue. Then we ask the chairperson in the NCOP to give us a slot to present a report, whether in a special meeting, because by the 12th of April, we should have finalized this process as NCOP. So we'll have to lobby the NCOP to allow us a space in the council. So is that agreed, members?
Agreed, Chair. No need to communicate for anything, for any change or on the mandates that have already been submitted that are supporting. No need to revert back.
Yeah, there's no need, because there are no material changes we have effected. Even on the template here, they still remain the same.
Noted, Chair.
Thank you. Members, thank you very much for your participation. I'll ask for your at least a provision of small time to deal with minutes. You have read minutes. We don't need to start afresh and read them. Thank you very much, Advocate and PSC. Thank you very much for your attendance and your representations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other members, let's shoot straight to the minutes. There are two sets of minutes. Let's start with the first set of the 17th of March. Any corrections since you have gone through them?
Chair, they have been circulated. I've gone through them. I propose we adopt.
Yes, Honorable Berenhost is moving for adoption. Any seconder?
I second, Chair.
Honorable as a second. Thank you very much. The first set has been adopted. The next set, Mr. Manel. Who's flighting the minutes? Zuki.
Chair, I'm trying to retrieve the second set of the 10th, Chair. Let me see for Zuki.
Please, we are blocking members. They need to enter into the plenary now.
We have not eaten.
Yeah, ilunch ishawa kusetshenzwa ceza uthi usebenza ukudla.
This is to serve, Chair. This is to serve our people.
Lesikhathi samalunch sesaphela uthi usebenza, we are multitasking.
Chair, apparently the one on the 10th, Chair, was not shared with members, Chair. And it will be unfair to give them that process to go through them.
Why it was not shared?
I tried to check under my sent items. Apparently, I did not attach the check, but this one was sent. Yeah.
So the button did not go through.
Yeah, Chair. I think it will be unfair for members to do that.
Okay, please let's make sure, because we don't want to have minutes which have not been adopted. Thank you very much, honourable members. All the best to those who are debating today. Yes.
With your permission, remember the request for KZN. Can I insert your signature and share this with KZN? Remember that
the
question?
Minutes, yes.
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
the minutes.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Right, sir.
But you can't insert the signature on today's deliberations because we are still gonna adopt them.
Yes, sir. We don't have even. I'll be working on the draft tonight. We don't have yet. Chair.
Yes. Yes. Thank you. Honourable members, thank you very much for your patience and participation. The meeting is adjourned. Remember, we are finalizing our oversight for the 13th to the 17th. Please give more details to the team when they require your details. Thank you very much.
Thanks,
the meeting is adjourned.
Recording.